Welcome, welcome. Evidently my intro decided not to work on me, but that is totally fine. I don't mind. I'm not bitter. Um, Welcome to the Top Shelf, a show in which I inexplicably continue to make everybody dress up when I continue to wear sweats. Um, because nobody cares. I'm on stream. But second episode, and we have a very special guest today. We got Spencer Campbell, who is the author of the session that we are going to be playing, or the game that we are going to be playing, which is Light. Um, Intrigued me particularly because first-person shooters are not the first thing that come to mind when I decide to sit down at a table. But this is, if anybody's familiar with Destiny, take the serial numbers, file them off, and then go ahead and slap some new paint on it. And we're going to see how this shakes out over stream. It'll be a good time. And then afterwards, we're gonna have a discussion with Spencer over everything. But if everybody wants to go around the table and introduce themselves, we'll start with Tony up in the corner there. We're gonna run all the way around, and we'll end with you, Spencer. And then if you want to say anything about the system itself, feel free to as well.
Hey everybody, I am Tony. You can find me at What Is D&D. Tonight I'm going to be playing Roka.
Hey everybody, my name is Cole Robbie, and they say somewhere out there, Bingo is his name-o.
Sorry, I needed a moment to collect myself
No,
for
I'm
that.
filled with disappointment after that.
Hey everybody, I am Meg the Syrian. I'm going to be playing Fiora. I don't know why they didn't say what they're doing, but I'm going to be playing the Pyre Colossus class.
And hello, I'm Spencer Campbell. I made Light, and I'm very excited to play it. I'll be playing Rasp tonight. Rasp is a witch, aka a warlock, specifically an entropath. So take your Void Warlock and turn it into a Nether Witch, and that's what I'll be tonight. In terms of the system, I'll echo your sentiments when you say a first-person shooter is not the first thing you think of when you sit down to play a tabletop role-playing game, but I really wanted to try and translate some of the things that I loved about Destiny into a really light, fast experience, because I've never really got into tactical role-playing games. So hopefully that comes through tonight.
That's
He
good.
said the name, he said the name.
The name?
Yeah, he
name?
said a light.
Show's over. Time to
He
go home,
said
guys.
the line!
You're all gonna give me a heart attack before the end of this, or at
Listen.
very minimum
This
heartburn.
is
some
TPK. You know what tropes we play to.
No, it's true, and I have yet to. I mean, Cole and Tony both DM stuff for us, and I have yet to DM for you guys, so I'm excited for that. But yeah, let's go ahead and get right into it then. I need to move all of my boxes off of my tiny. I had a tiny book. It's about this big. Small amount of pages. Wonderful book. We'll be talking about it a little bit more. But we are going to start as you four beacons of hope in a galaxy filled with dark. And for most, hope comes across in a very, very bright way. But you four are part of a faction known as the House of Mortem, which is a death-obsessed. People consider them a cult. You might argue otherwise, but just as much as you are proficient in dealing out swift damage towards any foes that would seek to harm the light of the lighthouse in which you all find sanctuary beneath. The House of Mortem spends just as much time researching the small infinitesimal path in between life and death, because as a beacon, if you die, that's not the end for you. The light of the lighthouse brings you back and will return you exactly as you were, to continue to fight in the same space, and the House of Mordem revels in that. Death is not a bad thing for all of you. And all four of you, because of your expertise, are being brought to the tactics center of the lighthouse to speak with all three of the archons of the primary units of your class structure of the defenders, your beacons, who seek to protect the lighthouse, as well as the light of the galaxy. As you all enter this space, three figures stand in front of you, very large, imposing, fantastical, heavy-armored individual who kind of rests a shoulder on a light machine gun that you could take quite the heft to pick up. Next to him, sitting in a chair, feet kicked up, is a hooded figure, keeping himself pretty out of the way. And then just kind of idly turns very casually, recognizing your presence as soon as you walk in, was a woman who was staring out into the stars from her vantage point in this tactics room. These are the three archons of the Colossus factions, the rogue factions, and this is a new system for me, hold on, the Veil, of which you have all sworn to via your classes and your specialities, which bring you into the fire team that you are within right now. The largest figure there, the Archon of the Colossus, is going to turn to the four of you and speak up first. He will make mention and welcome you all in, and he goes, I apologize for not explaining much prior, but this is not a matter that I want out into the rest of the lighthouse. What we were about to discuss stays here, and it's addressed quietly, swiftly. The Corvus Dominion, as you are familiar, is moving upon the lighthouse. They seek to destroy it and shatter what we seek to resist from them overtaking different systems. Now, up to this point, we've been relatively successful in doing so, but they have gained ground over the last number of cycles, and we couldn't figure out why. We now know why, and he looks for a word, and the guy sitting in the chair kind of kicks his feet off the desk, and he stands up and brushes off his slacks, and he goes, he's not going to get to it anytime soon. It's all the pomp and circumstance. Frankly, two of y'all decided to jump ship and are passing intel over to the Corvus Dominion about our patterns and our movements and how we're charting things, and they can get to things before we can now. It's great. I love it. Lost a lot of beacons that way. They're not coming back either. There are 2 rogue beacons working for them, and luckily, we know where they're at. At least we will for the next couple hours. So, sorry, and he kind of gestures to the Colossus standing there. You weren't going to get to it before they left. Look, I'll be frank. You're going to go in. They're on Earth right now, which is good. Shouldn't take you very long to get there. You're going to go in. You're going to probably fight a whole bunch of the Corvus because they're not... I mean, they're all over the place, and they probably have some kind of guard with them. You're going to take out both of the beacons because, I mean, I don't trust them to come back without some kind of bug. You're going to leave them there. Bring back both of their guns because they are exotic, and I would like to have them. And I know she would, at least one of them.
Hold on there, mate.
Yeah.
What if we want those guns?
Well, you know what? Earn them. You go do the thing, you come back cleanly. I'll give you at least mine. You might have to negotiate with her. Again, she likes that bow, but by myself, yeah, I have no beef.
All right, whatever you say, Governor.
All right. What about the other three of you? Any questions?
Whatever gets me out of this goddamn lighthouse.
Y'all are a cheery bunch.
Well,
We
you
just-
know, this sounds like a quick 20-minute in and out adventure.
Yeah, I know. You should be excited.
Wait, is
Ugh.
that your real accent? I thought we were doing fake accents. I was just playing around. Did I set the tone here, or?
The Archon of the Colossus is gonna chime in and he goes, I appreciate the humor, but this is not the time.
If your job is to go out and die a bunch, you always need some humor. That's what I say.
A little dark humor, but, you know.
Fair enough.
Or you could just focus and do your job.
A little
There's a-
column A, a little column B.
You said there were two rogues?
Correct. They were part of the same fire team when they were here. I'm familiar with both of them. There's a Colossus and a Stalker.
And
The
what of the rest of their
note
fire team?
kind.
The rest of their fire team is gone. They tried to provide, they tried to stop them from defecting, and they were taken out of the picture.
Why'd you send a bunch of amateurs then?
They hadn't defected at that point. What I'm saying is there were 4 people. It was 2 on 2. It's an even fight. And these two work well together. The Stalker serves as the Colossus's point. Spotter off in the distance, sniping, while the Colossus tanks everything else. So, you're keeping eyes in 2 places.
Do you happen to know their preferred type of elements?
Yes. Absolutely. Hold on. Let me pull up some information on them and I can explain more.
Having to delve deep into the archives, I see.
He's just like very quick. It's not like any difficult amount of information, but he pulls up just a chart. The Archon of the Veil is just very keenly paying attention to all of this, but she hasn't spoken or shown a whole lot of interest other than kind of nodding in agreement to everything. Let's see here.
While you're looking stuff up, we got a loot box, by the way.
Very
Thanks,
nice.
chat.
Yay!
Hey,
Nice.
think bottom shelf.
Yeah, whoever
The
is
bottom shelf.
the bottom shelf. That's the second time they've
That's-
donated. So
That's my favorite thing.
Listen, we gotta keep it in line somewhere, and apparently, understanding tops and bottoms is where we keep it. Bonk.
Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, no.
Bonk yourself over there.
Oh, I'm gonna. Don't worry.
Their names are Stonefly and Copperhead.
Who's who?
Stonefly would be your Colossus. Pyre-based. And
wait,
then
is that what they named the guns, or are these people?
These are people. Their
What
guns
kind
have
of
their
name
own
is that?
names. Stonefly carries the Aether Fist, which is a light machine gun that twins the one that I carry. And
the Copperhead?
Copperhead carries a bow that she has named Needle Fury. Didn't prior have a name, but she has made increasing amounts of modifications to it. It is of interest to us only because it was built by Vulcan. She
glad
did
that,
her own
Oh,
modifications to
Vulcan.
it.
I'm glad we have Roka and Rasp to take notes, because I cannot be bothered. I'm when do we get to the shooting part of this here mission?
And just the rogue Archon's gonna pipe up and he goes, "Ah, see, I like you. You don't need to talk the whole time." In slow, terrible, drolling sentences as he kind of turns and stares at the Colossus. Follow me. We'll stop by Vulcan. We'll get you some guns, and then we will get you all set up with some bikes.
Oh, We get to see Vulcan and get a ride.
Well, did you miss the time thing? I'm not having you walk.
I just thought we would just transmat right there.
No, they're in the middle of wastes out there. We're not
Oh,
we're not getting there by transmission. But follow me, and he kind of turns a half-cocked salute at the Colossus, and then walks the four of you out and around a small portion of the main hub of the lighthouse to a hulking individual who is currently tinkering with what appears to just be a pistol, sitting on the kind of desk space where he's at in the front of his quarters. Looks at the four of you. Right. What can I do for all of you? Why is he bringing you here?
need the weapon.
He gestures to the rogue Archon, and he looks at him and he goes, "Yeah, it's not important. I'll see myself out. You guys fix him up with some guns. We'll make sure you get paid." And he kind of slips out the back of the space. Vulcan looks and he goes, "I'm still not convinced that he didn't take the pistol that he currently carries from my store without asking. So I don't like him too much."
That is understandable. Some people have sticky fingers.
If any of you have sticky fingers, you can leave now.
I just have damaged finger.
Rasp's hands are
Trigger
covered in
finger.
ink. He's always in the archives. He's studying a lot. So he's got he manages to get ink stains all over his face and hands. And so he kind of looks down and hides his hands kind of quickly. If Vulcan talks about sticky fingers, he's like, oh, a little uncomfortable.
He's gonna give kind of a trepidatious stare at you for a sec and continue on. He goes, "Right, but you all need guns. I was at least briefly informed that you were all going out, so I will let you take your picks. We're going to now use, I guess, the first fun mechanic of light, which is the RNG gun generator."
So
Ooh.
I never leave without this, and I'll pull out a pistol. And I know this is breaking the system, but this is what happens. I pull out a pistol, and on the side emblazoned on it is bingo.
Oh my god.
This is my backup, but I'll take another, whatever you're offering.
Understandable.
Looks like we got another tip, guys.
We did
I
indeed.
somehow yet
So,
higher shell.
between the four of you, decide which of you are getting rare weapons. Two of you may, for the loot crates that are
Hold
just
up.
been
Let me
popped
make
up.
sure. Oh, yep, both of them are loot crates, so 2 loot crates.
Perfect.
I will keep you aware of if people are helping us or hurting us. I have it up here on my
Oh yeah,
other.
don't be
monitor.
afraid to drop in
Excellent.
reinforcements. That's how my job gets more
Oh,
fun.
please don't right
Make
now.
make it worse for us.
Well, I know that you guys are less skilled in the kind of running and shooting and all of that, so I'll allow, I'll not take, the better weapons myself.
who are you calling a bad shot?
Listen, Roka, I remember. Is it Roka? Raka? I don't remember. Anyways, I remember
I've
what
literally
happened.
said that only once. It is Roka.
Yeah, that's what I said. I remember last time. You remember? I remember.
Well, some of us are not named after a game from the old ages, so
I remember it as a song.
I have no
Anyway.
idea what you're all talking about.
I would
Are you
like
gonna go pick an
whatever you
engram, or-
have for the long ranges.
Oh, that's not how this works. And he gestures to a shelf setup of engrams that have been brought in but yet to be decoded.
Oh.
We are random rolling all of these.
Oh boy.
Ooh, I
Um,
really hope I get another pistol.
So, but yeah,
Dual
so that
wield
way
them.
you can have 2 and anyway. I started blasting.
absolutely, Cole. And if that doesn't happen, I'll almost be disappointed. Okay,
All right.
Rasp, why don't you start us off? We're gonna withhold ourselves from the rolling to see if we're pulling a legendary. we're going to start with the standards for this, but go ahead and give me the weapon type rolls.
Sure. I am getting a rocket launcher.
Very nice. Okay, so go ahead and snag a rocket launcher. Hang on to that for a sec. Fiora, go ahead and roll me 2d6.
They're absolutely not the alien stress die. That is a 5 total.
Okay, give them to me in sequence, left to right.
1 and a 4.
1 and a 4. Okay. Okay, so you nabbed a scout rifle. If you have the light book in front of you, it's on the guns page, the notes for that. Otherwise, it's 2 harm and then a mid to far range. Roka, you need 2d6, and then just read them in sequence.
6 and a 5.
6 and a 5. Okay. Jesus Lord. Okay, you also snagged a rocket launcher.
God bless.
Oh no.
Y'all better be looking for some purple ammo, because that shit's hard to find.
Apparently, I wanted long range, but I got explosive long range.
Indeed. Mid-range for this, so 4 harm, mid, reload, but area of effect, so. Bingo. Let's get a roll from you.
All right. I know you guys are new to this whole thing, but 2 rocket launchers doesn't really make a good fight team. I got a 2 and a 2.
Okay. 2 and a 2. Yeah, you grabbed an auto rifle.
It'll
1
work,
harm,
it'll work.
mid-range. Now, 2 of you, I'm going to throw 2 tags onto those, but you got to tell me who's getting the rares. I'll let you decide amongst yourselves.
I say, let's give the creator a rare.
Okay.
All right.
I won't say
that's fair.
no.
All right. Give me a d20 roll and a d12.
D20. Ooh,
Oh.
I had these dice right here.
While
Yeah.
he's rolling,
Mhm.
and since this is like we're jumping into it the first time,
Yes.
I didn't open anything that had any weapons. Am I missing something in what I need to have up right now?
Let's
'Cause-
say I didn't
Yeah.
get a weapons thing either.
Yeah, so if you, in the main... Oh, you're right. Hold on. Because
didn't get the whole
way that
book,
this is...
guys.
Yeah, the way that this was set up PDF-wise was in 4 different pieces, and I sent you the character creation bit. Hold tight,
Uh-oh.
'Cause I
we're
have
in
all of them
trouble.
up. and just...
Haha, we're in danger.
You are. It's okay.
But it's okay, we have 2 rocket launchers.
It's fine. We can come back from the dead, guys. We can resurrect. It'll be fine.
Ugh, I had expected like either pulse rifle or perhaps sniper rifle, but this'll do.
To answer chat, yes, all of the point things that are currently valid or activated are valid, except for the TPR one.
So there are a
We
whole
We
like
get
bunch of...
another one?
We are going to have to talk how they want us to talk.
We got the tip.
Snagged another 10?
Yep.
That's just a
telling them.
reminder. That's
Oh,
just a
okay.
reminder.
Oh, is it a reminder?
Mhm.
Meg, you spooked me.
Oh.
I don't want everybody
I
to have rare
did.
weapons right at the beginning.
Yeah, hurry, everybody in chat, give us 2 more.
Let's do it.
Everybody has one.
All rares.
To answer chat, +2s are good, -2s are bad. It is up and down, so. And yes.
Oh, I
it's-
was so
it's
close
do
to getting
work.
a sniper too. Damn.
Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of tags there, so keep an eye on those for your guns. I've got them all up in front of me, so it's not too big of a deal, but.
Cool. That definitely helps.
All right, Rasp, what'd you get for your rolls?
I got a 6 on the D20 and a 1 on the D12.
All right, so re-roll the d20 or re-roll the 1. Sorry. Now, you already have that tag on your gun.
3.
3? Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got an elemental. Add elemental to
Begins.
your tags as well as burst.
First rocket.
A burst fire rocket launcher.
launcher.
We're
What?
cooking with all of the gas.
It's got cluster bombs. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not gonna be able to burn anything. He's gonna blow it all up before I can get there.
Goodbye, everybody.
It's gonna be great. Okay, who's getting the second rare?
Meg.
Yeah, we're gonna give it. You know what? I'm gonna second that because I don't want a second rocket launcher to have the rares. Meg, go ahead and give me a D20 and a D12.
That's absolutely valid.
Son of a bitch.
The D20 was a 10.
Okay.
The D12 was a 5.
Okay. And you got a scout rifle.
Yes.
So add the close tag to it. So you have effective range at all 3 ranges with that rifle now. And you'd say that your second number was a so you got a 5 and a what? 12?
The D20 was a 10. The D12 was a 5.
Okay. So, and then you also do an additional harm when it's fired while you're rolling for pyre.
Lit.
So thematically,
the hip fire tag is what you can add to that.
thematically, everyone's like checking out these awesome rocket launchers and these rare weapons, and I'm just like looking at this rifle.
Hey, at least you have 2.
Well, I don't really have 2. The other pistol's just for show.
But the Roka doesn't know that.
Because JK doesn't know that as a player, I break all the rules.
We all know that you break all the rules, Cole.
It's just permanently jammed with a bent bullet and it can't be fixed.
Yeah, you use it for intimidation, but it doesn't actually do anything.
There you go. That's it. It's canon.
So, as a note mechanically, to everybody watching as well as to everybody here, because I did just clarify this, and I think it's a good point, because Fiora just got a weapon that does additional damage when fired with pyre. Your stats are designed to be rolled depending on how you approach a situation. So Fiora, in your case, if you're running in guns ablaze, or acting on impulse, or emotionally aggressive towards the situation, you're gonna be rolling for
being
pyre.
a hothead.
Yeah, if you're playing as a hothead, you're rolling more for pyre. If you're playing more methodically or very tactically, you're rolling more nether. And it works for conversations. This works for shooting. If you're taking the time to line up a shot, you're probably rolling nether as opposed to rolling pyre. Volt is your speed. Quick talking, sprinting, you roll probably that more for acrobatic knife throwings and vaulting off of things, but as long as we're all on the same page there, that way you know how your tag works. Y'all have some guns, and Vulcan will look at the 4 of you and he goes, if you do manage to make it back and you bring back any more engrams, I can decode them all for you. Doesn't bother me.
Well,
You
thank
got
you.
it, boss man.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure your companion out there is waiting by the door. You can say hi to him on my way out, or on your way out.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. So, are you all heading out then?
Yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah.
Perfect. The rogue Archon will be waiting, just kind of leaning against the door, and you can kind of see the last visual of him snuffing at a cigarette on the side of the wall, and just kind of flicking it to the side as he looks over at the 4 of you. And he goes, "Now, everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's roll out.
Guns been got. Let's go get us some rides. I'll give you the coordinates once we're there, and then y'all are on your own. Any questions while we're walking?"
Well, you mentioned guns. If you're giving any more out, I'll definitely take them off your hands.
How many more guns do you need?
You always need more guns, friend. You should know
You're not
this.
wrong, but
Well, name of the game when you're going after the Corvus is they're big military bastards, and they're all covered in guns, so I'm sure you'll find a couple engrams out there.
I was going to say, aren't their guns just a little big for us?
Look, I don't know how it works. They just drop. We've been using this.
magic.
We've been using this. Yeah, we've been using this system for a while. You wanna figure out how the universe works? You go ask the Veil Archon, because I don't know.
Yeah, not my kind of time.
Well, if we did figure out how it worked, maybe we could hack the universe. Has anyone ever thought of that?
That does not
Buddy.
sound like a bad idea.
You okay?
Let's say we forget what we're doing, and we find out how to hack the universe.
I'm gonna say soft pass because I like shooting people more.
All right, cool. You got a point there.
Yes.
Rasp was really excited because he was ready to talk about his ongoing research about hacking the universe, and then quickly shuts up.
He's just like gets very close to saying something and it's gone.
Oh no, I feel so bad.
So he takes you into the hangars where the your bikes are held. Traversing land quickly, and he gives you some coordinates to an old, what would have been in the before times of modern man, a chemical factory that is now decommissioned and out in the wastes. But it's a pretty straight shot there. It's almost concerning how close they are and comfortable they are doing so. But it's also not a place that, from you are all familiar, that strike teams typically go and clear threats. It's known. It's just never really addressed. So heading out.
Wait.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask if they had any more information about how these two operate, like what their contacts are, if they have reinforcements, like how deep in enemy territory are they?
That's a good question.
But
If I paid
probably
attention more during the tribunals, I probably would know that. But I don't have the info on me. You're on your own.
Yeah.
But hey,
That's why I bring
Damn
these
helpful.
nerds.
but you'll be fine. Aren't you guys supposed to just never die? I mean, all beacons are like that, but you guys specifically.
Yeah,
who-
we're going to get up close and personal, put the bullet
Make
in them,
death
and
fun.
then maybe get the sandwich.
Fair enough.
Ooh, what kind of sandwich we feeling today?
Today, I think an Italian BMT is on the mark.
Ooh, I never heard of that one. What is an Italian BMT?
Whatever you want in it, my friend.
Well, that makes no sense. How would it have a specific name if it has whatever I want?
I'm
I might
actually
as
gonna
well-
second that guy. What is the acronym then?
Listen, it's fine. Everything's fine. I think it's time to go. I'll explain it when we get back.
We're literally walking right now and talking. We can just keep walking and talking.
Yeah, Roka's just gonna
We're
speed walk, get away from the situation.
Anyways,
just buying time to make something up.
He saw it on an old subway wrapper that just floating through central Russia and hasn't said anything about it since.
Yep.
I think a Reuben sounds good personally.
Oh, I love Rubens. Actually, I love Rubens. Now
Yeah,
I'm sad.
I'd kill for a Reuben.
I do too. That's why I want one. What's going on here?
I guess we're all killing for Rubens now.
Literally gonna kill some people for a Reuben. All right, how close are we?
All right, so
I need y'all to get your priorities straight.
once you
We're
arrive,
gonna make money, not get sandwiches.
Yeah, money
can do both.
buys sandwiches.
Money can be used to purchase goods and services, sandwiches being a good.
Bingo.
having had
Yes,
arrived
it
at the hangar and provided your speeder bikes and your destination coordinates, the Archon will see you off, just kind of wave and nod and turn tail, just kind of toying with his revolver as he spins it, keeping himself entertained as he walks out. Real quick, Spencer, I asked a favor of you at the beginning of this, which was one of the mechanics of this are bounties. If you can complete these optional bounties while we are out and about, you can pull additional favor once we get back. So, what are we looking at, Spence? Because you've kept those all under wraps up till now.
Yes, I've got a list of some bounties here that I wrote for this occasion. One being for somebody to leave such excessive force, or to use such excessive force that a crater is left in your wake. Another person needs to fight a very valuable and a most valuable target in a one-on-one combat situation.
Dibs.
Somebody,
Sorry.
somebody needs to find new alien tech and bring it back intact to the lighthouse. And
Okay.
somebody needs to find a new or creative way of using their weapon or power in a way that it's not supposed to be used.
Oh, you need to
Very
leave
nice.
a crater, do you? Just have the
Right,
rocket
looking-
launcher.
Yeah, as Rasp is staring at his burst fire rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Hi,
As-
everyone. My name is Kohlrabi, and I very often like to break the game. So I'll be taking 2 bounties home tonight. See you later.
Do you? Are you sure about that?
I mean,
I very much wish you luck with that rifle you've got.
This is a real good time to pay for some reinforcements for me so that we can prove him wrong.
don't you pander to the audience.
Oh, you
I'm
know what?
sorry,
Cause
you're allowed
problems
to.
on purpose.
Rude.
Yeah. I think me and Cole should actually tell everybody what we are because I totally forgot in the beginning. I'm actually playing a Veil and Nether Stalker this evening.
I play someone who kills things.
You're a bastard, Cole.
All right. You know, I was
You're
gonna
fine.
bring it out in the RP, but I kill things with a certain element. So there you go.
Boy. All right. You know what? I'll let you have your fun.
Strangle
stay
him.
quiet. Because as soon as I end up in Sherlock investigations, I now know what kind of thing I'm contending with. All right. So, you guys all travel on. It's about 40 minutes at full speed out that direction. As you are traveling, impact from a flak shell, could be a rocket, an explosion directly in front of you, probably 80 feet, blasts forward, throwing up smoke and debris and pieces of stuff. Not close enough to do you any harm, but you will pass through it. And this is not the only one of these. As you start traveling through this zone being shelled, your presence is noticed, and you can see the Corvus up on the ridges of this space firing down.
The dankest dungeon.
Oh, shite.
All right, that's 2
The
back-to-back
anti-coal
reinforcements.
committee?
Nice.
The anti-coal committee.
I will-
Oh, wait, is that 2? Is that 2 things of reinforcements?
2
Are you
things of
flipping
reinforcements.
cereal
That is.
right now?
Scared.
I'm sorry, Spencer. I probably shouldn't have joined this game.
Yeah, thanks for antagonizing everybody, Cole.
No, it's
Aw, shiz.
good. We're gonna cause some problems for you.
I think I'll cause problems on purpose.
All right. So you are currently looking at 2 artillery, basically 2 mortar artilleries, just down the way, being held by 4 or 5 crows of the Corvus, which are their standard units, described as the author intended, massive and mean. Big old bastards shelling down on your situation. Are you guys stopping? Are you trying to bail through this?
Well, depending
I
on
ripped
how these reinforcements work
shock.
and the fact that there's 3 reinforcement
Yeah,
buys
well,
now.
see, here's the fun part: is I don't have to throw those in right now.
I
Okay.
was going to say, this
We're
is
not
not
in
the
the
time
combat
for more shit.
yet.
Well, I mean, as we're riding by, we're all on separate bikes, right?
We're all on separate
Yeah.
bikes. Yep.
Okay, so it's probably not feasible to talk, so I'll just kind of look at everyone and be like,
I mean, I would think we're
It's
on
space
Yeah, we
age.
got
Come on,
comms,
comms.
right?
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
comms. Get out of here. It's in our
That's
haze.
fair.
Space
Yeah, no,
age.
easy. You got
Unless
comms.
Bingo refuses to wear his comm. I feel like that's a problem we've had in
Please
the past.
don't. Please.
I'm still doing what I said I'm doing because the rumbling is so loud over the comms, it just hurts my ears.
Just getting feedback because he dropped it one time and he never asked for a replacement, so it's just like, oh, gives me a headache.
He's
so much
trying
of
to keep
static
up
half the
with
time. He's like,
image.
There you go.
Okay, so what do you say?
Fiora,
yeah.
let's go, take the right side. You 2 take the left.
On it.
Okay.
Rasp cringes knowing he has to follow Bingo into combat, knowing this is gonna
All right,
hurt.
it's not. We're going to need the rocket launchers to take out that artillery.
Okay.
All right, So we're attacking, right?
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
combat in this is movement for this is arbitrated. You have 3 ranges: close, mid, and far. All of your weapons have an effective range for that. If you are not within an effective range, we are pulling back. Well, it depends on how many dice you have for what you're rolling, but we're either subtracting a dice, or if you're only rolling with 1, then you're rolling 2 and taking the lower.
Hey, JK,
Yes.
remember how I pre-warned you that I like to break things?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the second they give the go-ahead, I am going to veer my bike towards the enemies, and I'm going to stand up on it and surf it using flow, because it says you can run up walls and stuff like that. And I'm gonna start blasting with my rifle as I'm riding my bike like a surfboard towards them.
Fair
I
enough.
hate the fact that you stole my idea.
Is flow where is flow? Is that within?
It's in my it's in my powers.
Are
Flow,
you
yeah.
looking at frame right now?
Did you send me 2 wrong things, JK?
No,
Did
I
you
did
open
not.
the wrong thing?
You opened the
What are-
wrong thing.
Yeah,
you
what are you-
opened the wrong thing, Cole. What are you doing?
No. It's actually the 5th page in for the
Oh,
subclasses.
for his
for Kindle.
subclass. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are a
Yep.
strider then.
Yes.
'Kay.
You're welcome. I am a strider,
Like-
Volt Stalker. So in my powers, I have flow.
Okay.
Now we know what you are.
There we
you
go.
go.
I hate it. Thanks. No. Okay. I'm not going to ask you how this works. I'm going to run it off of how I interpreted it because I'm trying to avoid doing that. Cole, you're still activating your power. I don't make you roll for these, but if you're standing on your bike, nobody's steering that thing. Go ahead and give me a volt roll.
Okay. How does it specifically work for a Volt roll?
So if I say roll volt, you're going to take...
Okay, yeah.
You get the 1 dice, and then however many you have in your points there. You're going to take
Yeah,
the highest.
so I have 4 in Volt.
Yep, so you're going to roll 4, take the
Okay,
highest.
cool. That's what I thought. I don't know why I got mixed up. The highest is I rolled 2 2s and 2 5s.
2 5s. Okay. So 5s are 4s and 5s are successes with consequence.
I'm
So-
ready for the consequence, of course.
I'm gonna put you in mid-range of this thing before you have no throttle left on your bike, and it's going to stop you. But I will let you roll to attack on your way in. That is going to be. I feel like, and this is. Let me get back to the first page here because I'm at odds with myself as to how I want you to roll for this. Let's see. Emotional sweeping, reactive, effective. I don't know if I'd call you effective. That seems like an oversight on the Volt's part, but
Yeah, so to just explain character actions, like he is fully ready to like duck and roll and
Mhm.
crash the bike if he has to. So that's
okay. I'm gonna make you roll Pyre for this one because this is pretty. This is a pretty
No!
brash forward.
No, I have
This
0
is-
pyre.
Yeah, well, you are
This
deciding
is
to
what
be
you
the
did.
That's what
break
you
through the
did.
window and just shoot people thing.
All right, so I rolled 2d6, right?
I'm
If you've
taking
got-
the lowest.
2.
I've got
one,
0
yeah.
pyre, right?
If you have, yep, 2d6, take the lower.
Yep, that's what we determined earlier.
Correct.
The lower is a 1, the higher is a 5.
Okay.
Woo!
So you are going to crash your bike. Now, with consequence, because I am a fun person, I'm going to let it serendipitously take out the mortar. But the two crows there, both of them are going to move in response to that. One of them's going to take a position behind some cover. The other one's going to close the gap and take a shot with his iron rifle. That is 2 harm to you
A magnanimous dispensation.
in the response for that fail.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Also, Kistune, you're gonna have to tell us if that's a loot box or if that's reinforcements.
Are we at 4
Please.
reinforcements now?
Please, no
we don't know yet.
reinforcements. I don't
Please.
Take
need
a
this.
loot box. Loot box.
Hooray! Thank you.
So is
the
it three reinforcements then, currently?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you were saying there were 4 or 5 crows per artillery spot?
There's 2 crows per artillery spot. This is our
All right.
introduction into how to do combat.
Ugh, Roka, what are you doing? And I kind of like try to aim the rocket launcher on my shoulder at the other artillery as I'm driving, trying to get a lock on.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Go ahead and give me a nether for that.
oh boy, that's my best one.
Listen, if you give us free bikes, we don't care what happens to them. So we're just gonna
I
go
got a-
Clearly,
shooting.
you
I
don't
got
even
a
know how
5.
far it is still. What?
Well, I'll
I got
just
a
ride on
5.
the back of
Got a
Fiora's.
So
Dude,
what
I
harm
didn't
does your
volunteer
rocket
for
launcher
any
do?
of that.
It's 4 harm AOE.
Okay. So the artillery space, as well as one of the crows, is just blown to smithereens. You're gonna need to. Well, I'm trying to figure out how I want to mitigate the reload on that. I'm inclined to say you're gonna need to pack another one in each round, but for a 4 harm thing, I think is fair.
Oh yeah.
Are you moving up, knowing that, seeing the shot taken? Are you veering your bike, still moving in that direction, or are you trying to just?
I'm still
clean it out
moving
as you
towards
pass
it, but
by?
not directly. I'm still kind of going off the side because I know there's still hellfire coming down.
Fair enough. All right, Fiora and Rasp, what you guys up to?
How many people are left?
You got 2 by Bingo and the direction Rasp is heading, I believe, and then 1 in where Roka was traveling towards.
Are the mortars out?
Mortars are out right now.
Okay. Then
Any shots are also considered far range currently. At least, except for Bingo, who's about ready to get
Bingo.
just uppercut.
Okay.
So
Bingo.
while she's thinking through that, I use the power, so I mark a light. Correct.
Correct.
Ooh, it's all coming together. I love it.
Rasp, I mean, there's a crow like looming over Bingo right now, right?
He is, like, he took a shot at Bingo while closing the gap, but yeah, he's basically marching forward, gun down, like, just peppering
Okay.
into the space.
So Rasp recognizes now's not the time to use the rocket launcher, but will try and just full throttle the bike right into the crow and ditch the bike at the last second, hopefully to just like deter it from getting to Bingo while Bingo's getting to his feet.
All right, fair enough. You know what? Give me a volt for that. Thinking on your feet.
Okay, that's 1 die. Let's see how I do.
Yeah, Rasp.
I got a 2.
A 2?
I did.
Okay. So you ditch this bike,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes skating across, veers to the side of him, and grazes the side of the crow, just close enough that it, like, clean attention, and he's gonna just take the gun, whoop, and turn his attention, take some shots towards you. So 2 harm towards yourself.
Ugh.
You're both in. You are close right now, Bingo. Rasp, you are mid to
Okay.
this crow. Roka, you're still far from this individual.
Cool. All right, Fiora, what do you got?
Take out that last crow.
Is it 1 or 3 left? Because
Well,
there's 2 by
one on
Bingo and
there's one on
So they
our
are on either
artillery.
side of the ridge.
there's
So 2 of them are over here. 2 of them are over here. You are heading towards the direction where Roka just blew some shit up, and there's only 1 crow over there. Unless you want to turn your bike and go help Rasp and Bingo, that's up to you. I mean, you can do either.
We got this over here, Fiora. Take him out.
No, you don't put your comm in. You shush.
Yeah.
It's in. It's
He's
just more like
shouting.
yeah. It's more like
Shouting
I
through the
was
bullets.
just shouting.
'Cause
I
he's
was
on the
just
ground
shouting.
being
So-
shot.
Since I can hit at far range already, can I take a shot at him while I'm turning to head that way? Because I don't trust Bingo. I do not.
Yeah, for the... We're gonna make that a volt roll for the shot for that too, because that's a speed thing if you're veering your bike.
Okay, so I have a question about, since we're doing advantages and disadvantages for +2s and -2s, are those additional dice or are they modifiers?
They're gonna be modifiers for this.
Okay.
Initially, I thought it was unfair, but a -2 is pretty hefty on a d6, so...
Yeah.
Feel like...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for context, these guys are rolling d6s, so +2s are great, but if you give them any -2s, I'll love you forever.
Just
Why
don't.
did you have to say that when I'm in this game?
Because
I don't know.
I'm the one that gets all the -2s, Cole.
Because you're being
So I don't
nothing
know
but
what you're
sass
complaining
right
about.
now, so you're gonna catch it back.
That's my job.
So I will go ahead and eat it and make it a 5.
Also, I'm just briefly out of context of the game. This is like a coffee liquor, like a Salt City coffee liquor. If anybody has ever tried it, I'm kind of indifferent because on one hand it's a real good espresso thing, but on the other hand the aftertaste is kind of like soy sauce, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh,
I'm
icky,
not loving
gross.
that aftertaste.
Yeah, we didn't tell everyone what we're drinking, so since you opened up the floor.
Oh yeah, open up the floor. What's everybody drinking?
I'm
I have.
drinking some venom, some mango venom, just a little mango, a little venom, pep in your step.
What is Venom? Other than a movie.
Is that an energy drink?
It's an energy drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cole.
So he's not
Judgment.
actually drinking because he doesn't drink.
Fair enough.
This evening, I am greeted by Barefoot Pinot Grigio,
Ooh.
I'm
a
drinking
whole
hop
$6
tea.
bottle of wine.
What did you say? Sorry?
Hop tea. So it's chamomile tea, but it has it's been infused with hops. So it's like an IPA and tea at the same time.
Is it alcoholic?
Ooh, that sounds
Nope.
good.
Interesting.
It's
Almost like a
alcohol-free.
kombucha kind of thing, then it feels like. At least it
It's
sounds
pretty cool.
similar. That's cool.
What's it taste like?
It tastes like tea and an IPA have been poured into the same glass.
I don't know that I
Oh,
love
I'd try that. I like
that
IPAs.
context, but I'm down at the same
I
time.
used to love IPAs. I don't drink anymore, but so this is how I get that feeling.
They not to derail too much, but I watched a video where they are now coming out with sparkling tea stuff as well, and they have a non-alcoholic one. So it's supposed to be like wine but tea, and they have a non-alcoholic version. So
Tea
if
is
I
just becoming the cranberry of the everything else
That's
world.
just
Just putting tea
Oh,
in
oh.
everything.
I'll find it and send
It's
it.
so good for you.
After.
Please do.
Fun
All right.
fact, that is a bubble tea special, Cole, that some places do in the summer.
Ooh.
Hey, there you go.
What are you drinking, Meg? Before we get back on track.
I have Vanilla Crown and Pepsi.
Very
Mm.
nice. Classic
just-
combo.
Does it taste like that old vanilla Pepsi that they used to do?
Yep.
Nice.
If I had Dr. Pepper, I would be living right now, but I don't, so.
Dr. Pepper's the only good of the cola groupings. And I'm gonna move on before we start fights over that. So,
I'm in your boat, so.
did you roll a 5? You said, Fiora?
Yes, and I went ahead and ate my +2 because I don't want to leave that hanging. So
Okay. Did that make it a 5, or did that bump it
it
beyond
made it a 5.
Okay, got it. So, success for the shot. What is it? 2 damage, I believe. 2 harm.
Yes, 2 because I did not use pyre.
Okay. Sounds good. So this particular, as you veer around this particular crow, getting pretty heavily shot. Strangely for a crow, decides to turn. He's gonna take that 2 harm, and he's gonna see you turn your bike, and Roka continuing to kind of move parallel, and he's gonna use an opportunity to find some cover and try to duck down for a bit. believe that brings us on to bingo.
Yeah, ready to rock. So we got 2 in front of me, correct?
Yep, you got 1 close range, you got 1 behind cover at mid.
So one of the other things I realized when everything was coming together, because I'm like a really hands-on learning type person,
Mm-hmm.
is the more light I burn, the less times I can come back to life.
That is correct.
Yes.
So, all right. I'm going to yeah, I guess I don't think this counts for a power or anything. I'm going to, while I'm kind of down, get up into a kneeling type position and pull a knife out of my boot and just chuck it straight towards a crow using a coiled knife.
Excuse me, a knife was not in the Vulcan list.
It was actually.
Oh,
Or
was
it was given to the class, but.
And I believe that's just a basic ability, so.
Yeah, but it depends on how it's thrown.
It's just thrown easily, just breeze in the wind. Yeah, let me know what you want me to roll.
In your particular predicament with him being as close as he is and shooting at a whole bunch of people, I'll let you roll Volt for that.
Thanks, boss.
To drag that out of your boot and give it a toss.
Cool. Yeah, and so, does this target doesn't already have static, does it?
No.
Okay, I see how okay, got it. So I just give you the highest?
Yep.
All right, it's gonna be a 5.
Gonna be a 5. Very nice. So, what is that? That's 1 harm. So, takes a harm. He also has static against him now. So keep that in mind if you need to toss another. Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, cool.
Very nice.
All right. Dope.
And, yeah, so it sticks him in the side, and he's very much juggling between you and Rasp at who he's shooting at. 5 is still consequences. So he's going to get. He's already at close range, so he's not effective anymore with his rifle. But he is going to take the back of that rifle and just clock you with it. I'll net you a harm for that.
Well, yeah, I would make sure he doesn't attack Rasp. So when I throw the knife into him, I say Yahtzee.
God damn it! Are you just gonna make game references?
I sincerely love and hate bingo.
I get that
It's
a
just
lot.
all hate.
I get that
All
a lot for all my characters. I don't know why.
You know why? You know what you do.
You know what you did.
You are making a conscious choice, sir.
Listen, I played a wholesome character for like a whole year. Sometimes you just gotta dance on the wild side.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Rasp, what are you up to?
I think seeing the crow over. So there's the one crow over Bingo right now.
Close
and
enough to
then-
just butt him with the gun.
Right, and there's still another crow on our side, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 3 crows.
There's 3 crows
Think
still
so.
alive, correct.
Okay. I think I think Rasp sees the situation. He still looks at his rocket launcher, realizing just now is not the time, drops it. I'm gonna activate my Chaos Step power.
Okay.
Where I blink in and out of existence as I kind of teleport around, and as I do, I kind of burst forth with this nether blast, and I burst around the crow. First once just to see if it dies, and if it doesn't, I'll burst again around that crow until it's dead.
Are you...
Like Nightcrawler jumping around this one crow.
Fair enough. Is this the crow that is over Bingo?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I hate to use your own rules against you, but it does say deal 1 harm to everyone nearby.
Fair.
So that's a harm to you,
Oh,
Bingo.
no.
Rasp.
Oh no, Bingo. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
He
Threatened
wouldn't
with
even.
fire.
What kind of damage is it?
What do you mean?
No.
For me, or like, so this is it's nethered. Like it gives
Okay.
the null tag technically.
Okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, he just takes it and he says, "Nice to see you getting in the fight, pal. Let's get it." He's not mad.
Not mad. So one harm will not take down this crow.
Okay, I blink again on him.
Okay, another
Oh
harm
wait,
to
but
you.
does Rasp know that if he can blink like a distance slightly away, that would like the area of effect would hit the crow and not Bingo?
I'm gonna say, based on the speed in which you are going to be blinking, if you want to attempt to do so, go ahead and roll Volt for me.
Okay, I will try and do that.
Please.
I got a 6.
Hey, all right.
Hey.
So it impacts
Okay.
both of them, and you go, oh shit, sorry, and kind
Sorry,
of
buddy.
sidestep
Just
that
hear that real
second blink.
fast.
Yep. So I'll let that one will take down the crow.
Okay. And then I'll just try and blink as close as I can to the other crow. If I can't, like, if it's too far of a distance, that's fine. I'll just do it to start closing the gap on that other crow on our side.
Nobody
I'll
told
put-
me I could be Nightcrawler. I would have picked that class.
You
Everyone
should
wants to
have
be
read up
Nightcrawler.
on all
You
the
say
classes, Cole. You
read
had
them.
several weeks to do this, and you
Listen.
waited to the last minute.
No, what
I
he
have
saw
I
it.
have an approach where I only pay attention to what I'm doing. So then I'm surprised all the time, and it's so great.
So I'll let you. Yeah, the last blink will get you within close range, like firing close range, but not quite on him enough to deal the harm.
Okay.
All right, who's up next? For context to the three of you, I say 3 instead of 4 because you wrote it, but for the context for the 3 of you, there is no initiative order in this. I'm going to try to mitigate this a little bit so everybody gets a turn before somebody else gets a turn, but if you just, I have an idea, just jump in.
Okay. Seeing the one crow just be get essentially near my explosion, get shot by Fiora, Roka's gonna take his bike and just kind of veer it over. This son of a bitch is not going to hide from me. Stowing the rocket launcher because it's gonna take a minute to reload because we're driving, trying to be safe. And he's gonna get a hand ready on a knife on his bandolier.
Okay. Are you going to give that a toss then, if you can get close enough?
If I can get close enough, yeah, I'll try to hit him with a slow knife.
Slow knife. Which class are you?
The Veil, Nether Stalker.
Okay. 1 harm. Enemy thrown with +2 harm if rolled using Nether. Interesting. Well, I had not read that before, so it's fun because my choice prior was that's pretty. There's a calculation involved in that. Go ahead and give me another roll for that. I think that's appropriate there.
I got a 5.
Okay. Yeah, so you stand up or veer the bike around, and he hears it approaching and pulls over cover and readies his rifle to take a shot off. He does take 2 shots off before the knife sticks him in the clavicle and drops him. That will kill this crow. But it impacts your bike
Ah, son of a bitch.
and will send you careening.
Oh no!
We
I'm gonna-
have 1 bike left.
You have 1 bike left. I'm
Son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
And net
We're
you
gonna
1
have to
harm
ET
for that.
this.
Yep.
4 people of a fire team sitting really close on a bike. Doesn't
Can I?
doesn't
Because I was still worried about the knife. I think at that point, my bike's gonna take a shit, and Roka is just gonna roll and tumble and just son of a bitch, not be able to catch himself. 'Cause
Damn it.
he was way too worried getting that knife right to where it needed to be.
Nope, and it was a perfect landing, but your landing was not. I'm going to net you a harm for the impact of all of that.
Nailed the
but-
landing. Oh god,
But hey, you're doing okay.
everything's
Sort of.
fine.
Everything's fine. It's fine.
I think Fiora.
Yep, I got it.
yeah,
So
yep.
there's the 1 guy left, right?
Yeah, so he would be far distance currently, from you at least, because you were heading
Cool
towards the
deal.
other ridge.
Then just going to
Hey, you're the only one with the long one.
balance that bike, balance the bike, let it go from the line, and just line up and.
Okay. All right, slow and steady, taking it straight forward, making sure nothing's moving. Go ahead and roll some nether for me.
Cool deal, yo. I don't appreciate that. That was a 1. I don't like it.
The shot rings out as soon as Rasp
No.
reappears into the space from his third blink and takes it right to the back of his shoulder.
No.
Because you what is
I
that?
didn't plan.
Is that 2 harm, Fiora?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck.
They forgot to remind us that friendly fire is on.
Oh yeah, I get to adjust the settings in this game.
Damn.
Friendly fire is always on.
Mads will appreciate this, but I am in fact using the stress dice
Very
from
nice.
Aliens, so
Good.
I'm very unhappy with the face hugger right now.
All right, so there's still the one standing
Still
in
the
front
one
of me.
standing, unharmed as of current.
So I would know that after certain things we get boons. Would this be that situation? Because is this considered a strike or is this just an ambush?
This would be the first part of the strike. I mean, I'm kind of considering this direction part of that.
Okay, hard decisions. All right, well, after all that's happened, whether this is a detriment to me or not, I'm just going to fully stand up now and just like, fuck it. And I'm going to, you'll see electrically charge some ammo and just kind of like slap it in. And I'm using my electric ammo power. And
I really like that one, actually. That's great.
I mean, if
You're
I'm
using the bingo gun,
no, that's a fake gun.
but it would be so funny.
It's got
dramatically.
an orange tip on the barrel, so everyone knows it's fake.
I'm going with the express interest of just like shooting this thing in the chest just to finish it off because it says next to attacks. So however you want to deal that with the no initiative or initiative.
Yeah,
we're doing.
that's fair. So I'm gonna give, if you want to, it would take 2 successful shots to take him out, but if you want to do that, speed at just popping all of those off, I'll let you go for it. Separate rolls for each. Volt.
Volt. Okay. Yep. I'm just gonna try to finish it real quick. So first shot is a 4 is the highest.
Okay.
Second shot, a 6 is the highest.
Okay. So the first one, the first shot is gonna impact him. I cannot recall. Let me just get back to that tag.
It's reduced effect or with a consequence for a 4.
Right.
My electric bullets have +1 harm, have the AoE tag, and apply static.
And apply static.
I'm just trying to get this guy done.
So you're, because at this point I'm really enjoying the flexibility of this. Much as he just blinked and slapped you, you take a shot off at this dude, and the first one impacts and arcs, and a piece of that electricity just and strike, like he got shot in the back, and then he stands up, and then this bolt of electricity hits him in the chest. So you'll take a harm for that. This guy will still take 2, and then the second one's a clean shot right through the skull. Will drop him.
God
Hell
additional
yeah.
effects.
damn it, that was a mess. We're
I
popping
took 1
off.
harm, you said?
1 harm was all,
Yeah.
So I died.
yeah.
What? Already? What was your health?
Did you really?
I made myself a glass cannon. I didn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what, you got like 3 health?
I want a lot of light.
God,
So
When you die, I just walk over. Get up!
poke him.
Get up! I'm
Yeah.
assuming you still have light left, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Okay.
I think like as you're slapping me, it's like what are those things called?
the defibrillators.
Defibrillators.
Yeah, exactly.
A
You know, 'cause
defib?
you got volt powers. You gotta just charge me back up, and I.
Wait, do I need to get the certain get up character?
So I am filling in this light permanently.
Oh
Okay.
no.
So you have lost
ugh.
a light permanently, at least for the sake of the strike, right? That's how those
Yes.
And
function.
that
Yeah.
means you have a point of dark,
I
right?
do have
You
a point.
do.
If you get an extra die roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Dark die.
So
Be
here's
problematic.
how the House of Mortem is going to work. Once you start accruing dark die, if one of your companions is within close range of you at the time that they roll for anything, you can give that dark die to them. If they take it, you still take the harm, though.
Okay, awesome. Very cool.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right. You got one bike. Folks are dead.
I
Damn,
go
Folk
back
died.
and pick up my rocket
this
launcher.
bike was on
Yeah.
special, but I did not have all the payments done.
So
We weren't paying for the.
You weren't. This was my own personal bike. I still had 13 payments.
You should know better than to bring your personal bike out on this kind of shit.
Listen, I did not think before I brought it.
Hold up. Are all the bikes totally trashed? Nothing is salvageable? Did you guys double check?
I mean,
Maybe
it's
Bingo's
smoking
yours
and on
gone.
fire.
Two
I'm
of
not
them-
getting
two
next
of
to
them
it and
are right
watching it
there.
explode in my face.
Gosh dang it. I'm gonna walk
And like
over.
as I say that, it fucking explodes behind me.
Yeah.
Because you're on the other, like, on the opposite ridge over the comms. You're like, no, it's fine. And then these guys from the other ridge.
Wait, did mine blew up too?
Yours blew up too. The only one that might be salvageable is
No.
Rasp's. Because
Right, 'cause
mine
mine
veered-
just like grazed
yeah, your
him,
veers,
right?
yours veered off down the ridge.
Oh,
I had a custom decal on mine that I just got.
damn, that sucks. And like, Roka's gonna go like retrieve his knife. Like
Same.
Fiora, I know you were worried about not having your own knife, but at least you have your twins, Nighty and Night. So there's that.
I mean, I'll go check on my bike to see if it is salvageable. If it is, we at least can buddy up.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, you didn't do anything crazy with your bike, or you tried to and you failed. So it went a funny direction, but it's actually doing okay.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a walk to go grab it, but you're all right.
All right, I call buddying with Rasp since we shot each other a bunch.
You guys are a bad
I would
combo.
recommend that you
This
not
is the
hurt each other. We already have so many crows to deal with, and 2 traitors.
Listen, things get wild, and as an ancient scholar once said. So, anyways, we started blasting.
Rasp once again wants to say something because he's always in the archives reading the scholars. He's like,
Do you want to fact check this fucker?
I'm with Fiora on this.
Rasp just kind of sighs and pulls up next to Bingo. You want front or back?
I should probably not drive anymore, possibly.
No.
I'll just do some shooting, and he'll sit backwards and wrap his hands around backwards and be ready to take one hand and shoot. Pew, pew, pew.
Fair enough.
Oh, Mads, I do have a question.
Yes, I have an answer, maybe.
How much ammo do I actually have for this rocket launcher?
So ammo is arbitrated. We're not worrying about it.
Oh.
Ammo is not the point of the fun of the game. You don't want to have to go wait for those purple boxes. I hate it.
So.
So,
No, it's so awful.
yeah, your downside is the reload.
Okay.
Your turn action thing is you have to reload that every once in a while, or every other big ol' anger blast. But all right, so you guys in buddied up teams, functionally able to continue forward at speed, barrel through the wastes of what is left of Earth, and as you go, you eventually come across this chemical plant. It is old and dilapidated and rusted over. You can see even from the distance the way that the ironwork raises itself, that presumably it does not have a ceiling anymore. It's probably all fallen in on itself because you're missing kind of the corner edges of these walls. And as you approach and you get close, we're going to take a quick break. So
Yeah.
I'm going to start back up at this chemical plant, and then we're going to take 5, 10, and then we will be right back. Thanks, guys. Everybody, we have returned with Light and our very special guest, the author of Light, Spencer Campbell. And these guys have gotten into a number of shenanigans. You met a couple of folks at the lighthouse who have given you an assignment to tackle a rogue operation. Well, not a rogue operation. The vocabulary is there for good people. Rogues are helpful here. AWOL beacons who are trying to abscond with precious lighthouse information to provide to the Corvus Dominion, and potentially, for whatever their reasons are, see the fall of the lighthouse. If they're providing it to the Corvus, that is the inevitable end if they succeed. So, you all arrive at the meeting place for these two individuals, as well as the Corvus, who have come to meet with them. It is an abandoned chemical factory. It has no roof. It is collapsed and dilapidated and has a number of kind of just rusted holes from the century of time that it sat and rusted and corroded away. But how are you guys approaching this?
We know that one of them's a
don't let me
sniper,
lead.
right?
You do know that one of them is a sniper, and the other one carries a light machine gun.
Does it look like there's anywhere that they could like post up as a sniper rifle?
You couldn't
with
see
the-
anything initially. I think the area that you are in is relatively flat. If they are posted, they are probably in the facility.
All right, hear me out, Rasp. This bike's already fucked. Let's just crash it into the building as a distraction, and then wait for them to come out.
I don't think they are going to just come out.
You're better off shooting the fucking rocket
Oh
launchers
shoot!
at them.
Was my were my comms stuck on? Sorry, I was only talking to Rasp.
Son of a...
Rasp's
You think...
comms are on.
Yeah, Rasp's comms are on, but Jesus, Rasp, tell this man he's insane or something.
Well, actually, Bingo, I think you might be onto something here. So,
Oh no.
I mean, if we rig up the bike to just start towards the factory, it will at least get the sniper to reveal themselves.
What just happened?
I don't know, I fixed it. We're good. Oh, press on.
Okay.
If the sniper is watching the area, then Copperhead will fire on the bike, especially if we make it look like somebody's on it or something. And then, hey, if it smashes a hole into the side of the building, then we've got our entry point. It's two birds, one stone.
Oh geez, Fiora, they're going to blow up the half of this area.
So how do we make it look like someone's on the bike without anyone being on the bike? Am I gonna have to be on the bike and just crash it while I'm on it? Am I the distraction? Is that what we're heading towards now?
Now all we need is bait. Everyone looks at...
All right, fuck it. I'm in. Rasp, do you want to go with these three?
I didn't know there was another person on our team.
These two.
If we are looking to get in
Where's
stealthily, I can
Ghost?
make that happen.
Did you
Wait,
what?
stealth?
Yes,
says
that
as if
is
he's never done
technically
that before.
always an option.
Always an option for stealth is not an option for me. I mean, I could try.
And you might
I'm
need to
still
make room and
going-
adjust yourself.
I'm still going to point out we have 2 rocket launchers. How the fuck do you expect to do any stealth with those things?
That's a good
It's
point.
Getting
Or fight
in-
in the building with those
Fiora,
things?
it is getting in stealthily. I can make us not be able to be seen with the eyes.
Yeah, right now we just need to close the gap, right? If there's a sniper in there, they'll just pick us off as we try and make our way across.
I'm still willing to, sacrifice myself if you guys want to post up somewhere and see what happens. I mean,
The only person here with long range is Fiora.
can't rockets shoot really far? Do you not know how to use that
They
thing?
can, but collapsing this entire building complex wouldn't be very good because we need to recover their items.
Oh,
I don't feel like spending days digging through an entire facility that's been already dilapidated and completely ruined.
I'm gonna tell you something, friend. I can possibly walk through walls. I haven't tried it, but maybe.
I am getting aneurysm. Good thing I can't permanently die.
There's a true death at some point.
So if we don't like the distraction and we
It
don't
might
like
be me.
stealth, what's the third option?
You don't like stealth.
Fiora wasn't in on
Roka
it either.
likes stealth.
I actually wasn't.
Ah.
I think my opinion is that
Except
yes,
it's all
we
too
do
long.
something as a distraction. You can bomb the building. Somebody going in on that fucking bike, bingo, is stupid.
Wait, Stupid? No, it's perfect. I
No,
have
it's
it
not.
all. I have it all in my head. You see, I'm playing it out. It's gonna work.
Is everything going to
Is
be
that
fine?
how it went with the mortar?
Yeah,
Rasp,
everything
you're
is
an
fine.
intellectual. Please tell him that this is not the greatest of ideas.
Rasp was on my side from the beginning.
I think it's not the worst idea we've got.
Oh,
All right,
no.
here we
Look,
go. Just
Blow
get ready.
parts of the building, get their attention, and if
I
they
got
come
it.
out,
Yep,
then
I'm
we
blowing. Yep, I'm blowing up the
Don't-
building. And
So
I'll
you're asking
jump.
that we knock, open up the door? It's real?
I'm jumping on the bike and leaving the 3 behind and going just straight for the building.
I'm adding like so many reinforcements because of that.
I'm okay with this. I deserve it.
Okay. So
I am going to purposely just scream a bunch of stuff and
I-
slam into the side of the building and not even try to jump off the bike.
okay.
Is that just
Oh.
Hold on.
Fiora, I think it'd be best if we take the bike off to the side for now.
Yep, Hornet
So
Chief.
Listen, I have to sell it. They're just.
You're not
they're
going to
gonna-
have anything left to sell if you don't make it out alive.
I'm already. Off.
know,
like
I
on
just-
my comms, I'm just
He
like,
dropped Rasp off and it's just gone.
so
Just-
you guys
come
were
with me.
planning and organizing this nightmare. No, I love it. Bingo. What is happening currently?
Okay, so yeah, I am going to just tell them over the comms, don't worry, I got this, just be ready to act. And what I'm gonna do is the second the bike crashes, I'm gonna make it try to be as believable as possible that I'm just yelling and screaming and crashing into their building. But at the very last second, I'm gonna flow and run up the side of the building
Okay.
to the
Sounds
top to kind of overlook the bike.
Okay. Sounds good. So, you veer intently towards this wall, and in the most planning Bingo has ever done in his life, I need you to roll some nether.
All right. I have 1 in nether. Is that 3d6? No, that's still
That's
still
1d6.
1d6?
One.
Interesting.
But
You have a
Sir
dark
Heck
die.
did give you a reroll. Sir
You don't
Heck
have a
did
dark
give you a
die
reroll.
because
I
you
don't.
are.
No, Rasp has
do-
the dark die.
I do
Yep.
have a reroll though, so let's
You
see
have a
what we
reroll.
got here. Ooh, and it was a 1 on the first one. So here's
Is-
the reroll.
I have a question. Is
Yes.
this part of his planning, like while we're here as a group? Like the rolling is part of that planning?
Yeah. So this is
Because-
a roll because of the kind of collectiveness of the action.
Because one of my ability is allies that are near me can re-roll a die if they're using nether. So if this is sort of him acting on that nether plan, does that count, or is this being done while he's not near me anymore?
You know, based on how I am presenting it, and it's not just his reaction, but kind of the coalescence of both the planning and the execution, I'll give it to you. So you can save your reroll and use Rasp's given reroll if you would like.
I helped you with the planning just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
How
got
about
the-
you
he's
do
got
this
big
technique?
brains.
that's a 4.
Okay. Very good. So you send this careening into the wall, and as it impacts and explodes, and you jolt up the side. Are you marking your light for all of these? Right.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
You jolt up the side of this building and begin to climb. Let me see. BR.
Yeah, I believe I did it correct because I should have started with 12 points to split between health and light, right?
Right.
Okay, yep, then I'm keeping track correctly. I'm in dangerous territory, but we're out here.
Hey, we're doing okay. We're still kicking.
How much light do you have?
5.
And you're...
5. I have 2 left.
Hold
The
up, it's like,
reaction- Your reaction to the effectiveness of that is not necessarily any damage to your party, but the fact that the reaction of your party to get into position and start filtering through this space, or following suit, behind that wall, not enough to take distance, but close enough to be a nuisance to all of you now, is a group of the Corvus who will file out of that hole before you can pass it. So you're looking at 2 crows have just left that space, eyes on the 3 of you. Currently no eyes on Bingo. He's up the wall.
To the window, to the wall.
God damn it.
Watch
This is where
as
all the
Bingo
reinforcements
crawls.
enter, and they're all going to aim at you, and you're going to die.
Yeah, as soon as they realize that you're just, like, running up the wall, both of them just turn and start shooting.
What
Right
range are they
in
at?
From you guys at the execution of this, we're going to put y'all... We'll start... I don't know. Depends. Are you guys moving forward as he does this? Or would you guys have waited for the explosion before you start bailing in?
Roka would have very much stayed back for a moment.
Okay.
I'd go in. Fight me.
Fair
I will
enough.
burn you to the ground.
Roka, you would be far. We can put Rasp and Fiora at mid for this then.
You said there's two crows that have come out the building right now?
2 crows that have just come out of the building. And as you are eyeing these crows, you also see 5 more impacts go from like a drop, like an orbital ship, and hit the center, like down through the roof into this space.
Oh, no.
Reinforcing the
Oh.
more core.
There's the reinforcements.
There's one of the reinforcements.
Ah! Get them in chat.
Oh, no. Only one of 3.
Oh no.
Rasp
So
is-
I'm
Oh, go ahead, Fiora.
trying to figure out like what range these powers set at. Are they all just defaulted to melee? Or
Depends on what it is. I mean, what are you...
I was looking at Fireforge, which allows you to hurl 3 hammers made out of fire, essentially. But I'm not sure what range that would be added. I imagine mid, but
Yeah, we're going to put those at mid. I don't think it says there, but mid makes sense to me based on these guys' knives.
yeah. So I'm gonna go through them and clarify. So I'm assuming that Fireforge is mid. Sunbreaker is a melee weapon itself, so that would be
Yes.
close range, and then Inferno has to be close range.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's because of reaction of people getting close to you, but yep.
and then with the punch, it sends a shockwave forward.
Those igniting the ground.
So
I'm inclined to say that that's going to be... We're going to use that as a close AoE.
okay, I'm good with that. I just wanted to clarify things before I.
No, that's fair. That
Went
is
with it.
entirely fair.
Okay, so AC. How many at the moment?
There are 2 at the door.
2 at the door. Okay, I'm throwing hammers at them.
Okay. And I don't, at least how I've run it so far, I don't require rolls, just the mark for light. So,
Cool
between
deal.
3 hammers, that would destroy one of them pretty cleanly between the 3. The other one would still be standing, though injured.
Okay, and you're counting that as an action if we're moving forward?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, are you advancing on that? Because you could move from mid to close if you're doing so.
Mm. I will probably end up trying to stay in front of Ross, but I'm looking at your stuff, so you probably are going to pop in anyway. Does not. You know what? Fuck it. We're going all in. Let's go.
Hell yeah, brother.
Okay, you're moving in.
We're gonna burn it to the ground.
Fair enough. Who's up next?
Roka is just gonna move up and actually reload his rocket launcher like he should have earlier.
Fair enough.
Seeing that there was an friggin' just orbital shock drop just coming out like, ha ha. Oh, this is.
This is the time.
This is not great. Yeah. Okay, so weapons reloaded. You're now at mid.
I'm gonna just start running forward along with Fiora, and then you'll just see me disappear, and I'm gonna start doing my chaos step again and try and fuck these crows up, Nightcrawler style.
Okay, so the first blink that sends you into this, yeah, so movement to close, blink at this crow, that will take out that crow. You don't have eyes on any of the others at the moment. What do you do with those other 2 blinks? Are you just...
Yeah, I guess I would blink just like I'll blink a little ways into the building just to see if I have a chance. And if there's a fuck ton of them, I will blink immediately back to where I was.
Okay.
This is recon.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so let me get a volt on that. Not necessarily
Okay.
to enact it, but I want to see what you see in that split second, because you're going to see a number of them.
Okay.
A big fear.
How
big fear.
many?
I got a 4.
Okay. So you're not 100% sure on what there were,
Okay.
but there are at least 5 individuals in there.
Okay.
At minimum.
Yeah, I think I would just appear, back in the doorway with my hand up with 5, and then try and get out of the doorway.
Are you asking for a high five right now?
Mhm,
We are
totally.
busy.
I look up to Bingo, ready for the high 5. I know he's always ready.
There's five.
High five from a distance.
Right.
For the sake of progression on a couple of these, and there's going to be a lot of enemies, I'm going to take some GM narrative liberties, move people around in there as you guys are moving. But what are you guys doing?
Well, I probably just made it to the top of the building. Can
With your flash shoes.
Can I see in at all, or is this completely contained? There's no holes or...
No, I told you that the roof was gone.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna look back and forth and think a moment, and then realize that funneling them through a doorway is probably still the best plan. So I'll crouch and try to hide and perch on whatever I'm doing, and I'll hold up the military hold and hope everyone knows what that means. And I'll just point my gun down at the door, and I'll just keep singing to myself, to the window, to the wall, watch as Bingo crawls. Yeah.
Thanks, I hate it.
I love it. I'm having a good time. All right, so you are here taking a look down. There is... are you facing,
I'm specifically waiting for them to come out and hoping that everyone kind of gets the same idea.
Okay, so you're still standing on the outer wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
I'm hoping that they're going to be there's a big crash, and then we haven't heard from these 2 others, so we're going to come out and see what happened.
Did you see the 2 others?
Did I see No, I haven't seen anyone
see-
else. I'm just assuming. But the 2 that we originally saw are dead, so I'm waiting for their friends to likely come out the front door, and we're just going to pick them off.
It's a good plan if you weren't dealing with a military.
Yeah.
I can
Yes,
only
we
do
are
what
dealing
I
with
can
very,
do.
That's fair.
intelligent creatures right now.
And you could wait, but what is happening is not what you want.
That's life. And
what you see, those, not you, Bingo, but everybody else who's looking through that hole, I'll give you this. You watch 2 rooks kind of roll around the corner, which rooks are a new enemy type for at least 3 of you. They are still big and mean, but these are carrying and have activated, based on seeing Ras pop in and pop out, projection shields. And they are swatted up, shotgun in front, and they're not advancing through the hole. They're back a little ways at range. You could shoot at them, but they are very much just presenting intimidatingly and just watching.
So their shields look like straight up like shields?
They're energy shields. These are big old refracted light shields.
Are they all encompassing, or are they just frontal?
They are front facing, but they are all encompassing. If you were shooting at them from the front, you would have to flank them.
Yes, who's in a great position to flank?
Who hasn't seen them yet?
I know. I'm hoping for some cues.
Got you.
Uh,
I got you. So glance up, eyes move.
Yeah, because we're doing hand signals a lot right now.
This is true.
So
We've established a hand signal pattern.
for now, Stroke has been like kind of moving up, and he sees like two big shields. My hands are up there. I'm going to have to try to phase. And he's
think-
going to.
I think we got most of you, but you roboted a little. You're phasing?
Of- Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. Let me see here. Which stalker were you?
Veil. So on a roll of 4 to 5, I may temporarily cloak myself.
Veil stalker. Back to those +2 armor. Okay, so oh, phase right there. You may temporarily cloak yourself. All right. So, give me a roll.
Am I using Nether or?
Yeah. This is you've got time to calculate. We'll make this nether.
Yeah, I got a 4.
Okay. So you just and are visually out of the picture.
I'm essentially gonna try to like get up, flank them from behind while they're like kind of worried about people in front of them.
Okay, so you are moving. It will take you, assuming you are moving through the building stealthily just to get behind them, it will probably take you 2 turns worth of movement to do so. It'll take you a sec to
Okay.
get there.
So Rasp sees these big birds with shields out, and finally looks down at the rocket launcher and sees its purpose. Knowing that it is an elemental rocket launcher, which is very good at dealing with shields.
Motherfucker, that's true. All right, that is fair.
You get a +2, by the way, Rasp.
I'm
Yep.
gonna.
You just
I
got
get
a
a +2?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, neat.
So your highest
Whenever-
die roll is bumped by 2, unless it's a 6, and then
All right, excellent, thank you. Well, I'm gonna. Rasp is finally gonna realize the purpose of this rocket launcher, and he's gonna take aim, and just try and, with the elemental aspect of this cluster bomb, just hope to blow him to holy hell.
Okay.
Do you say smile, you son of a?
I should.
No, he says,
All right.
checkmate.
Oh, son of a bitch. That's a good one.
And it's game related. I hate you.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nether roll for this.
Nether? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and I gotta add my dark die.
Okay.
So I got a 5. +2 makes 6.
Yep.
Which you gave me a very strong gun when it does get used.
Correct.
Deals an additional harm if you roll a 6 on the attack because it's a cluster bomb. It's a burst rocket launcher.
Okay. I'm also going to give you the bounty for that crater too,
All right.
Damn.
because
Crater accomplished.
as you fire this fucking rocket, right before impact, you can see it like split and into 4 different quadrants. And as it gets right to its destination, and the pin of the front of the rocket touches, the 2 sides of it just splinter, just enough to expand this reach of the explosion, and just toasts that whole space. There is
Sweet.
not a bit of anything left. But
So
out of
they're
some
all
space
gone.
magic, there is a blue engram just rolling around in that hole.
Ooh,
And you just Roka just comes out of like the shadows with like a knife drawn. I'm like, oh, well, if I knew you were going to do that, I wouldn't have bothered.
I didn't know I was gonna do that.
Damn, I'm very impressed by your aim and ability to just completely disintegrate some rooks.
Okay, so
So how many are left
I'm
at this
just
point?
on the roof clapping.
I love it. Hold on just a sec. Let me see.
Ooh, yeah, if there's some left, then.
Oh, there
I have
are
a
some
question.
left.
I have a
God.
question.
Yeah, remember
damn
we have two, count them, two reinforcements plus the traitors plus others.
Yeah, we haven't even reached the traitors yet.
Oh, absolutely. But you're not sure where it came from, but it's not pleasant. As you pop out and you're like, oh man, if you were to do that, you get an arrow directly through, like you can hear it
My knee?
crack
My
your
knee?
sternum. As you
Oh,
take 3
no!
harm. 3
He was
harm from this arrow
watching.
impacting the center of you.
3 harm?
Oof.
Oofy, ouch, my chest
Holy
cavity.
shit.
And as you are bracing yourself and taking a look around, I don't know if any of you are advancing. We will get to that in just a moment. But I'll tell you finally all what you're all seeing. There is basically a makeshift set of weapon crates. You're not sure if they're full or empty, but they've been set up kind of like a table for discussion there. You can see a beacon present who is holding at the ready a light machine gun. There is also a falcon, which is a Corvus field command, who carries a 2-handed steel cannon. Big barreled motherfucker.
Ooh, I need that.
And then there are also, based on the reinforcements that have landed, 2 more crows, 2 more rooks, and a hawk, which are melee and carry probably foot-long arm blades on either side that are just big berserker-looking bastards. So
was it
in
called?
total, you're looking at 7 enemies in that space.
Go.
How big is this space?
So yeah, that's a great question. Looking at the space itself, you've got enough room, at least if you were sitting on the first floor, or if you're on level ground with them, that you would always be within mid-range as far as damage. There's not really a far-range distance here, but there are a number of different pillars that surround the outside that kind of brace the balcony or the catwalk upper deck of where this factory, was doing things, or that you could hide behind. There is a good amount of cover. There's also cover from this war table of military crates and things. And then there's this catwalk, which is mostly intact. It's a little shaky, but it's looking okay. If you were to fire corner to corner from the catwalk, you could get a far shot in, or if you were up top around there. And then there are errant pieces of the roof left, as well as a couple smokestacks that are still sort of intact.
Are there any leftover chemical barrels?
The chemical barrels themselves look to have been blown.
Okay.
You can see the flooring of them, but nothing cover-wise. This is probably why the place went to hell.
There's no big glowing red barrels that we can explode, that we can shoot. and explode?
Yeah.
Well, this place is full
Say,
of rust.
coming
Good
from
thing
a
we cannot
fire
get
team with 2
tetanus.
rocket launcher mains.
Right.
Listen, you gave me this weapon. I don't know what to tell you.
Would we normally have packs on us or things like that have certain materials, kind of starting equipment with D&D? Is that pretty likely?
What are you interested in?
Rope.
For the sake of this, I'm going to say no. 1, because we're kind of leaning into the Destiny thing, and 2, because logically my thought would have been, yeah, you might have, but it would have been on the bike.
I like that response.
You always need rope. So I'm just very upset that I don't have rope right now. 'Cause
Tragic.
I had a really cool idea, but I guess I don't now.
So sad.
So there's all of these enemies essentially in one area.
Yeah, I mean, they're broken up. If you're trying to AoE this stuff, they've had enough time, because you watch those rooks sit in front of you, to scatter and find positions. They've basically been
shit.
waiting for you to walk in.
Son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as I say, with my arrow to the chest.
Whom you do not have eyes on.
This
Promise.
might not be at the best time, and Roka is going to just throw something on the ground, and he's going to use his veil power to make him, Rasp, and Fiora invisible.
So did you... This would be contingent on... Did they enter the building too? Like, have you guys moved up to meet him? Because from my understanding, you guys were still back, or at least advancing into the building. Roku, you had
Would've been
gone
moving
first,
in.
and then a big crater. Fiora would have been close. You popped up, you got shot. I think you guys are still moving.
Yeah, I don't think Fiora or Rasp have entered the building yet. They're getting
Yeah,
Fiora would
closer,
be the
but-
closest.
Been reloading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, because you did pop in there.
Shit.
I mean, you can
All
still
right,
cloak
well, then
yourself.
instead
I'll
of-
give it to you, but...
A little retcon then. Tether instead.
Okay.
As I pull out my hand and just a nice, chains.
Okay.
And just kind of split that out and try to get near the You said I see the one Colossus gentleman, correct?
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely tether the shit out of him, and then anyone that would be considered close to him, they'll be immobilized, wrapped in the nether bonds. They cannot move. They take +1 harm on the next attack targeting them.
Okay. Let
Hell
me
yeah.
just...
Ah, we were looking for you. It's time for you to join the void. And
Yeah,
How many of them?
if he's starting to attack, I will follow closely from the top of the roof. You described a lot of the ranges, but what would the range from the top of the roof to shoot one of these fancy folks be?
So you would be the
It's
only
far.
spot right now that you are shooting at far.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Tony, you still have to finish your turn, right? Or did you finish everything?
I
Yeah,
mean,
he
unless
used the
I
power
can-
to lock everybody in.
Okay, cool. I guess I'm trying to get to mid because that's what my weapon is. So maybe jumping to the catwalk or
Okay.
whatever is close
Yeah,
and stable.
An extra advancement worth of movement. Go ahead and give me some volt.
Okay. Good thing I'm very terrible. Or wait, no, I'm great at Volt. I was worried for a second. That is a 5. I can't roll a 6 to
5.
save my life.
Okay.
I think we've only had one roll of a 6 this evening so far.
We've had pretty horrible luck. We could be using our light to get better rolls. We just want to use it for
Yeah.
powers.
Listen, I only have 4 light and I already used 1. I don't want to.
That is true. So you guys are looking at, re-roll a roll, resist all incoming harm, or activate a power, as you can use your light for. So if you
Can
want to
you use it multiple times in a round?
I mean, if you're reacting with light as a result of a consequence to return harm to you, you would be negating that harm.
Hmm.
So what's my consequence?
Your consequence specifically is... Let me just check on a couple of things here.
Swear, if you shoot me in the shoulder, I'm gonna be a little upset.
Just
I'm
again,
not,
it's
I'm
great.
not shooting anything. I'm just jumping to the catwalk.
Okay.
Arrow whizzes right past you.
No, it's not needed. We have enough folks here that you're gonna get... There's so many things. I got so many enemies in front of me. It's fun.
Oh no.
The landing is loud enough that it's because of the corrugated metal that you impact and cracks a little bit. You will get guns turned towards you. One, you have
course.
attention on you, but two, through a kind of reactive spray and pray from one of the crows, you will take a harm.
Yay.
But the biggest trouble is you've got eyes on from a number of folks, being the first one other than Roka, really, but the first one in the space. Mind you, the Colossus as well as the Falcon are both paying attention to you, Roka.
Oh, that's great. I just love that.
So wait, is that spray and pray as the result of a reflex?
Well, yeah.
Is
so
that the
enemies,
consequence?
Yeah, that would be the consequence.
What did you roll, Cole?
A 5.
Yeah, 5.
So you do not take harm.
Oh, that's true.
He does not take harm
You
as a
gotta-
consequence.
You gotta keep that. Keep that.
Oh
passive up.
shoot! Yeah, shoot! I gotta remember that. That reflexive. Yeah, I dodge it. Take
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for looking out.
Can I take
That's
that
like the
consequence
one-
on a 4 to 5 roll.
That's like the one part I just keep forgetting.
Okay, yeah. So in which case, good call, Fiora. Bullets just kind of spray past you in reckless abandon, and you can hear them impact the metal and beneath your feet, but everything strikes something other than you. Who we at? I don't do anything until you guys do something. So
So how many of those people are tethered?
there are 3 tethered right now. Or actually, I apologize. There are. No, there are 4 tethered, because both of the rooks are taking defensive positions around the Falcon. So, the Falcon, 2 rooks, as well as the Colossus are all in the center here.
Okay, and how many are there total, and where are the other ones at? Because I am moving in, I'm just deciding on where I'm going.
There are 7 enemies in the space total. So 4 in the center. The hawk itself, which is your melee berserker, is actively advancing on Roka. He would be within close range currently. Don't mess anything up. And you've got two crows at a distance, at mid, kind of taking kind of defensive positions around different pillars. They are both separated themselves.
Okay. So, you said it's the Colossus, the
Falcon,
and the 2
2
rooks.
Yep.
The shields are facing towards the opening.
Shields right now, yeah. Well, one would be actually be at Roka. One would be turned towards the opening now because there was a clatter from the roof.
That's tragic. Okay. So for the summoning the large warhammer,
Mhm.
would you allow me to turn that into an AoE? Like a full sweep around if I got in the middle of these guys.
Yes. I'll
Hell
allow
yeah.
it. I'm gonna say, for the sake of that, 1, you're rolling pyre, but 2, because you are putting yourself in the midst of such, any failure will yield a higher consequence, even a partial.
Fantastic.
I believe in you.
I believe in me too, considering I am rolling 4. It looks like 4. It's the highest one, right?
Yep, you're taking the highest.
That is a 6.
Okay.
It was on a light die too. Haha.
Very nice. So, you take, you're dealing, let's see, 2 harm. And then everything around is now on fire.
Fantastic.
So let me mark that off on both of the rooks. As well as the Falcon.
Let me know if these guys die from the burn.
And then in a move that you personally are very familiar with, You watch the Colossus very much just shrug off the damage. Roka, does that mean the immobilization? They get an additional harm for that, don't they? For the next
Yeah,
attack against them?
anyone wrapped in the nether bonds is +1 harm.
For the next, okay. So, in which case, both rooks are killed.
Hell yeah.
Wow, hell yes.
The Falcon himself is pretty damn hurt. Same conversation about the Colossus, though. He knows what's going on. So he's going to burn a light, cancel that damage, because it was a hefty one, and look you square in the face.
Son of a bitch.
Okay. What are we up to?
I've been reloading outside, so I think I would run up finally to the entry of this place just to get a sense of it. And I would see all of these birds on fire, essentially.
Yep.
Which is
Burn
a
it to
great
the ground.
Armored birds. Oh, yeah, no feathers, so they're just kind of spiny, terrible, like torching those feathers.
So I think Rasp would, again, he's learning about where his friends are and how close he can get with certain things, because as he's running in, you see this kind of it starts off very small, like almost like a marble, and it's this sort of purple black void growing in his hands. He's creating a gravity bomb that he's going to just slam dunk into this room. But he just, again, wants to make sure, because he knows that Roka went in and Fiora went in, that I just don't want to throw it at them. So, you know, if there's a cluster of birds, because there were some other crows elsewhere, right?
Yeah, so the only cluster was the center. That he just
The others are like the four corners.
Yeah, so Fiora is now in the middle of the two remaining, which is the Colossus and the Falcon. The Rook or the Hawk is in close range to Roka, and then there are two crows, each taking individual positions behind pillars.
Okay. Well, I know that Fiora is a badass and can handle a little bit of nether damage. So
This is fine. It's fine.
I am going to throw the bomb then at the. I'm gonna be targeting the Falcon. Try to like see if I can fuck up the command structure of the Corvids, and then anybody near the Falcon's gonna take 1 damage, but the Falcon's gonna take 5.
Yeah, rough. Okay, give me a. You know what? I feel mean for this one, but I'm actually going to make this one a pyre roll. Because you are intentionally harming your allies. These ones aren't
Friendly
accidents.
fire is
You know
on,
you're hurting
guys.
people, but you're going to take the collateral.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Fair. That's fair. Okay. So I'm going to. I don't have any pyre. So that's going to be a big old 0 on that. So 2d6 lowest, but I also have a dark die, so that's probably going to end up being the highest thing. Yes, the dark die is the highest with a 3.
Okay. All right, so with a 3, I believe for the dark die that is still a partial success because it bumps it up a tier.
It does, but it hurts me.
Yeah, so you'll take a harm. The Falcon is just like crunched up into a singularity and then vanish. Fiora, you will take damage from the pull of this graviton blast, as will the Colossus there.
That's just 1, right?
That is just 1 damage. Yep.
Okay.
And then in response to that, I'm gonna grab a D4 because I don't want to be terrible, but we got enough people that. Let's see.
If you're figuring out who to harm, it can't be me, technically, maybe. Also, I'm higher up. Just
That was a 3 on a con. Well,
which up rolls to a 4 to a 5.
that's true. Fine. That's fair. So everybody else is getting shot.
Bingo's just rolling around
Yeah.
on the balcony
Like,
above.
fuck that guy. We'll go after
He's
these
doing
guys.
a
These
barrel
guys are
roll.
actually doing something. We'll go. Okay. So you, Roka, are gonna take two harm from
What?
the Hawk.
What?
Because this grants the ability to advance. Fiora,
Yes.
you are going to take. Let's see. I need to go back to your stats actually.
I have 8 health.
Okay.
Or
Well,
7.
you are going to take 4, and Rasp is going to take 2 as this Pyre Colossus hurls his hammers of flame.
Ouch.
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna eat
for
that.
you guys.
So you're
for
gonna
you
burn
guys,
a light
though,
and eat that damage.
I'm gonna eat that.
Okay.
Power moves, bro. Bring it.
Okay.
Goddamn power moves.
So you got 2. Oh, you guys are also burn condition at the moment. Yeah. So two bonfire colossuses facing each other down.
This will go over well.
The last hammer was at you, Rasp. So currently eyes are more that direction.
Okay.
If there is an additional consequence here. You got two crows left, and the hawk, as well as the colossus in the center, and somewhere in the rafters or behind a pillar or something, there's somebody shooting arrows.
Whoa, how dare they? Well, I think at this point I'm ready to shoot. So, I mean, looking over the catwalk,
Shots.
I'm shooting at the biggest, baddest dude. So I guess that's the Colossus.
Be the colossus.
Damn it, I wanted to one-on-one him.
I hate myself, but when I play a character, I commit. So I take aim with my rifle. Say my name, when no one is around you. Say bingo, I love you. And
I'm killing you at the end of the mission.
You
might come
rolling-
back, but you're dying.
Are you taking 2 shots? I heard 2 pew pews from that.
Just one shot.
Okay, go ahead and roll for the 1.
Just normal shooting from the balcony.
Okay. I'll let this one be Volt.
Okay. All right. I have a reroll if I need to. So, ooh, I got a 6 in there.
Nice.
Just 1 damage from the auto rifle.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep. And now I'm sure that he is very mad at me,
He is indeed very mad at you.
especially for singing.
Yeah, out loud in the middle of a firefight. Let's see, Rasp, Fiora, Roka, I believe you would be up next.
I think it's time for Roka to disappear for a moment as I try to phase.
Okay. I'm going to make this one a Volt. Because you just
Son
got
of a bitch.
stabbed.
I sure did, and I have 0 in volts because I'm a big brain.
I would just be willing to bet that he's probably like, oh shit, and then blinking out. So that feels Volty.
Okay, that sucks because my highest was a 6. But I'm going to use my +2 from chat to make my 2 a 4.
Okay. All right. So I will let you blink out before this hawk can take some reactive swings. But no longer having a target, his reaction or consequence to that is he's going to use his jetpack and basically jump trooper and drop intimidatingly directly in front of Bingo.
Hope. Well, it's no longer Roka's problem.
That was the hawk that did that?
Yeah, the hawk.
All right, come on, guy. Let's
Melee
get
jet
this.
troopers.
And while invisible, I will try to attempt to make my way closer to the Colossus.
'Kay.
To Stonefly.
Okay. Who's next?
Rasp has a bit of a wombo combo that he wants to try out here.
Alright.
If you'd be so kind, because he's feeling
boy.
rough. I've again, glass cannon. I'm not feeling great, but I think I can take some health from these birds if I do this right. So I'm gonna activate my Nightcrawler Chaos Step. I wanna mark the Colossus near me, I want to hit him, and then I want to next to the two other crows in the room. If they're all within like a close
I'm gonna
enough
say those are
distance,
close enough that I'll give you a damage for each of them. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I want to like blink between all of them, which would only put 1 harm on them.
Mm-hmm.
But importantly, it gives them the null tag, which, if you'll let me, I'd like to activate another power and siphon 1 life from everybody who's got the null tag.
I will. So, give me just a second here. Let me go ahead and...
That is cool.
Yes, because you're going to regain...
I would get 3 health back. 3 very important health back if you would let that happen.
Yeah. So, how much health do you have?
I had 1 left of my 4.
How many can
so
you...
now-
Okay, so you only need 4 to cap yourself.
Yeah.
Roll me
Pardon me.
a d4.
A D4. Okay, let me have one right here. Okay.
Okay.
It is a 4.
Okay. I'll give it to you. Because Fiora also takes a damage and has the null tag. But out of sheer dumb
How
luck,
could you do this to
you
me?
siphon from the 3 correct targets.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Fiora, you will take a harm and have the null tag, as well as you both have the burn tag.
Oh yeah, I'm on fire.
You are on fire.
Uh-oh. 2 Pyre Colossus going at it. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad.
It's fine. Everything's fine. What do you mean?
We deal double damage to each other.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're doing great. This is only one of the 3 reinforcement groups.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, chat hates you.
Why
so
have you forsaken us?
I
Because
haven't
of
even brought in the
Cole.
Forsaken yet. We're not there.
Oh shit.
No. So Rasp has taken his movement. Your final blink would put you by one of the crows.
Mm-hmm.
Who's up? Any 3 of you can be up. So. Or I think Roka, you just did a thing. Roka did a thing and Rasp did a thing. Fiora, bingo.
I will do the thing because it seems like Cole's preoccupied for a moment. But let's see.
Yeah, I shot recently, so I was letting you guys.
Okay, yeah,
Get it
Fiora, go
going.
for it.
Okay. So I am going to this is probably going to end very poorly with me being in such close range to this guy, but I am going to move forward
Okay.
towards him, and I am going to go for a hit with one hand, but I want to have that rifle flipped around in the other, so I go to mock the hit, rifle up at him, trying to go for, like, through the jaw.
Okay. All right. So you're feigning
Yes.
this attack to shoot him instead.
I am feinting the attack.
Very nice. Very calculated. Roll some nether for me.
This was a miscalculation on my part. Ah! My dice are running away. So that was a 6, but it was on the dark die, so I'm taking a harm from that.
Yes. Dark die 6s are considered critical successes, though. So that is a hell of a shot. We'll add a harm to that. So what are we at? We 2 normally, right?
Yes.
Bump that up to 3. Okay. Bring us on. Let's see. We got 2. We got the hawk. We got. All right, cool. I was gonna do something with the two crows, but I've decided against it.
Oh no.
Bingo, start us off.
All right. Oh, paint me a picture, Rocket Man.
Well-
what do I got? What am I seeing? I shot the Colossus, and then this jerk bag is okay. The jerk bag's right in front of me. I don't need you to paint me a picture. I know what I'm doing. He's still alive, right?
Oh yeah.
They are still alive. I don't know what they are. They're a hawk. All these damn birds.
Think of like the beefiest Aarakocra you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Fran.
I'm gonna, toss the knife back and forth, get it into range, and just like go to swipe at him.
Okay. Give me a We'll let that be Volt. If you're knifing, it's a quick attack.
All right. That's a 5, and I gotta remember I can't take a consequence on this.
It's true. So
Well, you can't take a harm consequence.
True. Cannot take harm as a consequence.
Everything else is free reign. I almost broke a glass right there.
You also have a plus
I
2.
dropped
if
my
you were, by
pen.
the
I
way.
apologize. Give me a
Got a
moment.
note of it.
So I'm gonna say in this one exact, very specific example, I'm actually going to nullify that 4 to 5 defense you have, because Hawks is their reaction specifically can assault from a point of weakness at their target.
I have no weakness. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to deal their two damage, but they are going to just kind of haymaker you back.
Yeah.
Give you 8 damage for that.
My weakness is being too cocky, so
Yeah.
that checks out. So I get in too close, too fast, and
Yep.
take a fist.
Yeah,
for
so
it.
you stick the bugger and then he just violently flips back at you. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and they only take 1 harm. So,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna stab all the time. This knife stuff is cool.
I think he's also volted now, or static.
No. Oh, yeah. Yes, actually. Sorry. So the first time static, and then the second part comes in if I stab him again.
Yeah, if you stab him again, now he's static. Yep. Okay. Go ahead and who's next? Or Fiora. Let's just keep this moving, so we don't end up with lulls in there, unless anybody has an idea immediately.
My hand is still crackling with the nether energy. I'm just gonna reach and grab that crow in the face and use my void grasp and just try and destroy him like that.
Okay.
So that would be that's my melee attack as a witch.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just try and grab him and give him the void slap.
So he's gonna take or go ahead and roll. I'll give you your pick. You can either roll Volt or Pyre.
I'll take Volt.
Okay. It's either a reaction of being like, oh, I'm still here, and you're just swinging out, or you're just.
I got a 4.
Okay. So damage taken for sure. He is going to. As the consequence for that, he's not going to deal any damage to you, but he's also not going to leave you there. And as you grab him by the face, he grabs your arm, and the kind of boosters that these guys use to get around, both of the crows that were at their positions are going to advance into the space around the Colossus to defend. So you are now in a big old clusterfuck, because you just got dragged along. There are two crows, the Colossus, Fiora, and yourself, all in basically melee range of each other.
Right, exactly as planned. Exactly where I want to be. Perfect.
Nuke it. Nuke everything.
Right.
Just right at the ground. You're like, I'm dead.
Ah.
It's because Roka's a
All right, who's next?
all right, Roka, while being invisible, will kind of like go up behind this Colossus, or attempt to anyway, and he will summon his Null Blades.
Okay.
I summon 2 Nether Blades. My next 2 melee attacks deal an extra harm, plus 2 harm if their target is affected by Null, which they're not.
Which they
currently, as
are,
far as
because
they
Rasp
are.
Yeah.
affected
of
them
Rasp.
last turn.
Well, shit.
Would you like to enact both of those attacks?
I would, right on the Colossus, like saying nothing personal, kid.
Okay, so 2 rolls, separate of each other. Both. We can make both of those nether, because you are cooperating with a teammate in order to do so.
Hell
so
yeah.
that's
All
a
right,
wombo
that
combo.
first roll is a 6.
Very good.
So an additional plus 2 harm since they are affected by the Null.
Okay, that's going to, it's actually going to put him out, and he's going to take a dark die for that. As you watch him, he doesn't even hit the ground dead. Like, he gets basically to his knees, but this fucker is, like, hefty. And you drop him, and his light's back in him before he even hits the ground, and he just kind of shakes it off and stands back up.
Nani the fuck? And then you
Yeah.
go with the other blade with a 5.
Okay.
And, yeah.
You got a 5.
Mm-hmm.
You can re-roll 1 die because you're close to me, and all friends rolling nether get to re-roll 1 die.
All right, I'll re-roll the 2 I rolled.
got-
Nope. This one makes the 5 better.
5 still better? All right.
5 still
Good
better.
try, though. Okay, so he is recovered. He is not nulled at this point, so that is a damage to him. Or take an additional +1, so he takes 2 harm
2.
for this one. Yep.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm starting to think that these are the big bad guys we're supposed to get weapons from.
Oh,
No
did
fucking
you really
shit.
think? Because this guy looks kind of like how Fiora looks, but a little different.
Roka has a hard time talking and not keeping eyes on, because that's going to be another 3 harm as another arrow from the roosted position
Yeah, we
Goofy,
haven't.
ouch, my
from
kidney.
behind you.
Can we
at this
triangulate
point.
where this shit is
Nobody's
now?
asked.
Yeah, we haven't.
Nobody has
dealt with
advanced on them at
Uh,
all.
Because that is 3 damage, you're gonna see Roka kind of like smack the floor with a death.
Oh
Okay.
no.
And oofy ouch, my
Upsy
back knee.
daisy.
Oopie, ouch. Your light is out.
You said it hit him from behind?
Yep, hit him from behind. So
Right,
you
right
had,
in the kidney.
yeah, you basically had eyes on this Colossus, and as she watched the Colossus drop, shit got serious.
Can we see her now? Did you catch the question? Or...
I did catch the question. Sorry, I was looking
Okay.
at a thing. Are you taking your time to find her? I'm gonna say for this, in order to get eyes on, one person is going to have to take an action to look, because this person is actively roosting somewhere.
Mhm.
I don't need all of you, but once one person occupies that action to pinpoint her, I'll give it to the rest of you.
I'm kind of busy at the moment.
But you need a spotter.
Can someone figure out what the hell is happening?
Yes, why is my chest and now my back?
As I'm toe to toe.
Rasp is getting dragged somewhere too. Shit, I'm the only
Wait,
one.
Hold up. Can we call out for a lifeline? I would like to call on Sir Heck. Sir Heck, where is most likely that this thing is roosting?
Can you tell us what
how
kind
are
of
you
bird
doing
they
that without
are?
your comms though?
Sir Heck, you don't get to answer that. I'm gonna nix that.
Yeah, Bingo doesn't have a comms working right now, so.
It
But-
works. It's just staticky. Come on.
Okay, since I'm the only one currently not engaged or coming back from death, I'll take the action to look for her and just take the shot. And hopefully that's enough of an indicator on, hey, where the fuck she is.
Okay, so she is, at this current moment, inside, and you can barely see the edge of her bow and the way that she is leaning out of the side of a collapsed portion of one of these smokestacks sitting just above the roof. If you would like to go ahead.
I was gonna ask how thick the smokestacks are. If the metal's thick enough that something can pierce it, or.
I mean, if you want to try to take the shot, you can. I'm not gonna negate you from taking, from you specifically being able to shoot because you have the FAR tag on one of your weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Other people are not gonna have a great time right now, but you could.
Okay, so she's up.
Yeah, she's at one of the 3 tallest points at the remnants of this factory.
Sure, we'll do it.
Okay, you
in
are
the middle
rolling.
Of everything, and I'm gonna take the shot.
Mind you, you're rolling Volt for this.
Okay.
Because narratively, you watched a friend go down. You are looking for that arrow to react and respond.
Absolutely valid. I'm here, dice. As a 6 on a dark die.
Okay. Very nice. So,
I need to roll these in the alien game.
A couple shots ring out from your pulse rifle, all of which finding impact. Dealing a good bit of damage objectively because of that critical success on the dark die, but you will take a harm for that.
Top of the smoker.
Yep, and everybody knows where she is right now. Mind you, she is at far range, so you're not rolling effectively if you're shooting at her right now. But...
What was that? You came in as static. What did you say? Someone's a smoker?
Jackass.
Listen, it's not my fault that they won't replace this dang thing.
It would if you asked.
I don't want to ask. They should just know.
Just get good and move on with your life.
Does that mean it's back to me? And
yeah, go for it.
What's in front of me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So can you this time paint me a picture of who I'm stabbing?
Yeah. So this dude is probably 8 to 9 feet tall, standing probably 7 because of the way that he's kind of Wolverine hunched forward. 2 big old talon blades wielded like weapons. They're not his, but they are big melee blades, just waiting for you to rush him again. Below you, there's a whole bunch of shit happening, and you just got shouted to just kind of glance over at that smokestack, so.
Okay. All right.
Somebody with the rocket launcher wants to.
This is the moment of truth. All right. I step back with the knife still in hand, and I look at him and I say, "Oh, hey, look, some really rare Ingrams over there." And then I jolt the knife, and it turns into a staff, and I kind of whip it around a little bit.
Okay.
And
this one does.
I'm going to hit him with a voltaic staff real quick. And I'm getting really risky here now, but now I deal 2 harm and reduce damage of incoming ranged attacks by 1 harm.
I'll let that one remain Volt for a damage roll.
Okay. For the viewers at home, that leaves me with 1 light.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much health do you have right now?
3 or 2, somewhere around there. So that's gonna be a 6.
Okay, very good. So 2 damage against this hawk. As he turns, kind of confused. The hawks are not the brightest of the crew. He turns to look at whatever you just glanced at. The knife, as you go to like swing, turns into a staff, and you just crack it over the top of his head. And you can almost cartoonishly see the back of his spine and skull light up briefly as he just is microwaved inside of his noggin. And he drops.
Bonk.
Bingo!
Hell yeah.
God damn it, Cole.
The electric bonk.
What happened?
The electric bingo.
He yelled bingo after he landed the attack.
This is true.
Bingo bango. Bingo bonko? No.
No.
No, it's not as good.
All right. Who's up?
Am I still being dragged by a crow?
You are not being dragged. You are in nearby melee range of that crow, the other crow, the Colossus, and Fiora.
Okay. What I'm going to do is since Fiora called out the smokestack, I realize that shooting at the spot is probably not good, but if I could just hit the base of the smokestack, maybe I can bring that fucker down.
All right.
And so I'm going to just try and shoot the base of that smokestack with my rocket launcher and just hopefully blow it to holy hell.
I'm gonna say this is the only circumstance I'm ever gonna have a nether roll for a rocket launcher, but that's pretty calculated, I'd say.
I'll take it. Oh god, I dropped the land die.
Don't do that.
My highest is a 5, and it is a dark die, so I get hurt.
Okay. Damage done, but that is a success. Rocket blasts forward, and as I recall, if it moves up a tier, that makes it technically a 6 normally. Makes
So-
it a normal 6
Oh, yeah.
if it was a 5. So it impacts and splinters at the end, cluster bombing outward, and just riddles the base of the stonework of this smokestack as it all begins to crumble and fall in on itself. Well, that's not great. She doesn't have a whole lot of volt. Let's see. Hold, please. Okay. So, what would that have done them rocket damage wise? Was that 4 at that point, or 5?
4, it would be 5 because of the burst.
Because of the burst. Okay.
Yeah.
So the smokestack just drops into a pile of offal, and you can see a brief flash beneath the stone as a light is consumed as they're pushing their way out of the brickwork and standing back up. But they are now visible and on level playing field to the rest of you, being on the same floor. So hell of a move.
All right.
We got it.
Okay. Very nice, guys.
We might lose Cole in the process, but we got it.
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
sitting at 1 light as well, but I'm at full health.
Oh
so-
no!
I'm holding on to my one light, just holding to it dearly.
All you need is a single mote of light.
Got
That's it.
2.
Okay. Give me some. Who's up next? We got Bingo and Rasp have gone.
I think Roka is next.
Roka, go for it.
Shit.
Because I did the call out, so.
As I put in my null blades and they're like starting to kind of dissipate back into the void from whence they came, probably start pulling out my my knives, because I don't have a close range weapon like I kind of wish I did right now
Fair enough.
against a punchy man and his LMG. I'm gonna try to stab him with the slow knife. Like, hey, can you hold this for me?
Okay. I'm gonna. This one's kind of a toss for me too, but I'll give you the option between Pyre and Volt for that.
I will go with Pyre because I actually have that.
Fair enough. You're just not really in a position to make calculated decisions about why you are stabbing this.
Okay, so I have a DM discretion.
Okay.
because of the dark die. The dark die and my regular die are both 6.
If you choose to take the dark die, you can.
I would rather not. I would just rather stab him and say, hey, you're now in stable condition.
Okay, that's fine. You can take the non-dark die for that. No harm done. It's the difference between a critical success and a success. So.
He will take 1 harm, and he is affected by null.
Okay. Very
so
nice.
He temporarily is unable to act due to existential dread or the weight of the world.
Okay. Very nice. Go ahead and make me a. What are you doing, Fiora?
How's this guy holding on to this machine gun?
Currently, he's. I mean, it's kind of slung at the moment, honestly, because you are in melee with him.
Fair enough. Oh, let's see. So we've got Colossus, we've got 2 crows, and we've got the Stalker that's left.
Yeah. You've got the Stalker, the Colossus, and 2 crows. You got rid of the hawk, so.
Cool deal. Then,
For now.
in relation to where the Colossus and the crows are, where are the crows at? Are they in the corner still, or are they?
They are all in melee to you. Literally everything you could fight right now, except for the Stalker, is all in melee. The Stalker is in the far corner of the base floor.
Okay. I'm trying to line up this. We're gonna go with a punch and hope for that shockwave to pop off. I'm trying to figure out
No, that's totally fair.
which one of them is. The Colossus is obviously probably the one closest to me, but I'm also going to try to get the two crows as well. But I don't want to burn Rasp.
If
That's
you're
a problem.
popping off with an AoE and the attacks are arbitrated like they are, you will probably hurt Rasp. And roll.
I'll be okay.
This is collateral. I'm sorry, bud.
It's okay.
Roll for some fire.
We've got friendly fire on full blast.
Emphasis on fire.
As a 5 on a light die.
Okay, say that again. That is a what?
As a 5 on a light die.
5 on a
and
light die.
The Colossus is probably the one that's right in front of me and taking the brunt of it. So
Yeah.
an additional +1 for.
So
Oh no,
Colossus
that's for
is
the
eight.
hammer.
So
No,
yes,
yes.
but your melee attacks are still doing the same thing. Because it's just saying it's adding. Basically, that Warhammer is the same thing
Yeah.
as your melee, but adding an additional damage. So, still
Cool.
doing the shockwave.
And it doubles damage to those already affected by burn. So I'm sorry, Rasp.
Yeah, that's true. Rasp hasn't gone down yet, and he was never extinguished, so that is an additional damage. Die.
I am sorry.
Okay.
We're just all just running and gunning and
I
having the
love
times
it.
of
I'm
our
having
lives.
a great time.
We still
So-
have technically 2 more reinforcement.
I know.
So that is 2 damage, and he is now burning again because he did go down. So we've cleared his condition. So that is a new burn for him. As well, in reaction, 2 things happen. Anybody with eyes on the Stalker no longer has eyes on the Stalker, and you can hear ships in the distance.
I don't like that.
She's a nether stalker, isn't she?
She is indeed.
To say she just phased.
Did Roka get to go in that round of stuff?
Yeah,
No.
I was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
stabbed him with the slow knife. And he's
Okay.
like, "You don't get the turn anymore, friend."
I guess it's that means it's back to me, right?
Yep.
All right.
You and Rasp.
Did Rasp went right after the staff, right? Or did you not go?
I went after you. I shot the smokestack.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. So we still have the two big main baddies, right?
Oh,
Yes.
that's actually a
Yes.
really good point by. Oh, sorry. It's not a good. He didn't ask a question that I needed, but there's still 2 more reinforcements to be used. But the question also
Yes.
spurred the reaction of these 2 corvids. The corvus, the crows are each taking damage for that. That would kill one of them. The other one is not doing well.
Oh, so Fiora, you get some health because one of them burned to
Yeah,
death.
you get that
Heck
free.
yeah.
You get that kindling health. Yeah, it's just
Thank
delicious.
you.
Nice. So
I will
I'm
survive.
the Colossus is still up, right? Gone
is
down
still
once, but still up.
Yep.
How far away-ish are they from me
Mid.
if I'm on the catwalk still?
Mm-hmm.
You said mid,
He's
I did say mid.
but I'm bingo, baby. I'm gonna jump off the catwalk towards the Colossus and say, I'm taking boardwalk! And I'm gonna try to land with my staff, hopefully behind or to the side of the Colossus.
Are you gonna
And
Rafiki him?
depending on what I can do in the same turn, essentially whack him with the staff.
Okay, so I'm gonna make you do 2 volt rolls for this. One
Okay.
for the acrobatics to get there, and then the attack itself.
Okay, cool. All right, so we got a 5 on the first one for the acrobatics.
Okay.
Before you say anything,
Yeah.
because oh wait, you know what? No, I'm good. I'm gonna save it. So okay, a 5 on the first one for acrobatics.
Okay.
I can't take harm as a consequence, but there is a consequence. I'll roll again so you have both of them. Yes, and a 6 for the attack.
Okay. You can't take harm for a consequence.
I can't take harm, but
no.
there can still be consequences.
There can still be consequences.
Which one of us is getting hit?
No, you're good. Nobody's getting hit. In fact, I'm gonna kill something in the process while you do this. But you
Uh-oh.
land, you do all these fancy acrobatics and flip over your staff pole vault style, landing right next to the crow and the colossus and the rest of your friends. And this crow, responding tactically, as you swing, is going to jet you, basically hit you around the waist and move you away from the colossus, so that swing is going to kill the crow.
Defensive.
All right.
I mean, give and take there, I guess.
I like crows more than I like colossuses, though.
Call it colossi?
Colossi.
Or is it like a cyclops
two
where
of
it's like,
them, so,
one colossus, many colossus?
There is also the sound of that
Another
ship
drop.
closer.
I sure
No, that's
love
the thing,
that.
is it's not a drop. It sounds like a very mechanical ship.
Yeah, we need to
It's a terrestrial vehicle.
burn these down and get the weapons and get out of here before more reinforcements
Listen,
come.
we might not be able to get the stalker. They have wherever they went, but we're taking at least this colossus right now. There should be down pretty soon.
Didn't you bring your bags of flour? Just throw bags of flour everywhere. You'll see it.
I do not want to be lit on fire in an explosion.
Okay.
Flour's not flammable, is it?
It can make a big explosion if you have enough.
Rasp, Roka, and Fiora,
Oh.
you're all gonna take 1 harm.
I not?
As everybody's chatting, this guy has enough time to burn a light and pop off Inferno.
That's not very cash money of him.
So y'all are burning and taking a harm for that.
I die again.
Oh, God!
You
You're
need
not
to get
supposed
out
to-
of this range,
You're
bro.
not supposed to do that.
Take your rocket launcher and go shoot that ship that's coming, please.
That's a good idea.
Oh,
I'm
man.
gonna say it. When you come back, get the fuck out
Yeah.
and shoot the ship.
Ras was like getting up, like, I get it.
You said-
I'm going to need you to stop doing that, and I'm going to try to stab him again with my slow knife.
Okay. Sure.
Colossus has burned 3 lights, and the stalker's burned 1 that we've seen.
Yes, you are correct.
Oh, I will take the 1 burn damage from taking action. But is that going to be Volt or Pyre?
Answer me honestly, is the stab acting in reaction to being burned, or are you angry
honestly,
and trying to stab him?
It's probably in reaction like, you son of a bitch, I can't believe you've done this, and like go back to stabbing him, so it's probably
Go
gonna
for
be-
Volt.
Yeah, Volt. So it's still 2d6 take lowest and also the dark die?
Because you have the choice to use the dark die. You don't have to.
Huh, well. I'm gonna take the dark die on this point because it's a 4, so at least I'll still stab him and force him to not be able to take a reaction by taking the damage myself.
Okay.
But
That's
also
fine.
with a consequence.
Yes.
Or no, because it's a dark die, it goes right to no consequence. Hooray!
Oh yeah, you rolled a 4 on a dark die. That is a success. You still take a harm for that.
Yeah, oofy, ouch, my body.
Okay. Very nice. So, this, we've got another damage and another reaction unavailable.
He is afflicted by null.
Oh, right.
Yeah, cannot act.
Right.
Because just like all of us, he can't deal with real life right now.
He starts
Yeah, I wrote that in a real dark place.
just humming
I mean,
internally,
that it's
Bohemian Rhapsody.
it's valid.
I will take Fiora's advice and try and haul my ass outside to see if I can spot the oncoming vehicle with my
Alright.
rocket launcher.
Give me some Volt to make that movement.
Oh,
I believe in
Your
you.
sprint and
You-
some
You guys,
distance.
I'm starting to think this was a suicide mission, which I appreciate, but
You do understand we die a lot, so it's kind of always a suicide mission.
yeah, but this one's like really bad.
I got a
What? Now you're believing
die
in
for
true death?
real.
I got a 5.
Okay. Sounds good. So,
I don't
Yeah,
like that
no.
sound at all.
no, we're getting close to the end of the session anyway, so I'll let it happen. So, I'll let the sprint be a success. You make it outside, but not before a clean shot with that bow.
Oh,
3 harm goes through your leg, like doesn't even stop at the speed of the bow. It goes just right through the thigh meat as you are running through.
The thigh meat.
Do we see where this bow came from? Where this arrow came
I'm
from?
sorry, hold on. I actually
Okay.
need to double check that.
I'm still like laughing at the thigh meat.
I thought we
Thigh
shot that bastard out of the
I
sky.
actually really apologize for that. They weren't using phase. They had burned a light to use veil, so that's actually
Oh.
5 harm.
well, I
You
died
just killed him again!
Yeah, and well, you know, Mads is just like, you know what, I killed him, I'll fucking do it again.
Light are you at?
I'm at 1 light left.
One light
no,
crew.
You can't
we're
do
all on the
anything.
cusp
So
of
you
true
are
death.
sprinting out of this space. You get shot in the back, and the impact sends you into a somersault that by the time you get out of, your light has returned and you continue to sprint, making it out of the factory, only in time to see what appeared to be 2 windswept dropships coming to take advantage of the fracas.
Oh.
Which the
Okay.
windswept are your Forsworn, if you're curious. Or your forgotten for
Fallen.
Fallen. There we
Fallen
go.
Elixni.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm clueless, please.
Oh no, not the 4-armed bastards.
Yeah.
Is Fiora up?
Fiora, are you up?
Yeah, I'm standing.
Well,
No,
go
I
for
mean-
it then. Do a thing.
Yeah, I think it's your turn.
Okay, we
Punch
came back
him in the
around. That's what
throat.
happened. Did we see
Yeah.
where this fucking arrow came from?
Yeah, she's no longer cloaked.
Where is this bitch?
She didn't really move a lot. She did move a little bit. The arrow came from behind a pillar. But but just enough to right herself and find some cover. So mid-range
would
from
be
you right now.
Mid.
Yep.
Guys, do I hunt the bitch or do I fight the big guy?
I would
know.
prefer you to punch
Feeling
this
lucky?
man in the throat if you could.
You know what? That's valid.
I don't know.
Alright.
There's only one person shooting arrows through people's bodies right now.
Yeah, and you've got a rifle
Yes,
too.
but this man is setting people on fire and hitting us with hammers. I prefer this one to die sooner.
Well, why don't you get
okay,
out of the way?
That's fair.
Yeah, there's
Because
no
I'm putting my own blades in him.
Alright, Fiora, what's up?
Okay. You know what? Let's give that feint a go again
Okay.
with the 1-2 with the rifle.
Okay. Sure.
Try.
I will allow this one. You know what? No, we're gonna modify this a little bit. It's still going to be nether, because it's a calculated feint. But
Mhm.
do you have any points in nether?
I have 1.
Okay. Because of the null already afflicted and his kind of not paying as much attention because of the existential dread, I'll give you an extra die towards that.
An extra light die?
Yep. No. Well, no. I mean, just an extra die towards.
In
so
general.
whatever. Yeah. Towards the attack.
It is still going to be a 6 on a dark die.
Are you taking the 6 then?
Yeah, because I think that still gets me critical anyway.
It does. So, take a damage. And as you go to take a swing, the fear of this Colossus and realizing what's going on kind of sets in from the null, and he believes it, and he tries to move out of the way of it, and you catch the side of his jaw and press in enough that it kind of anchors itself against the back of his jaw, and pull the trigger. And with a critical, and you've never seen a beacon die a real death before, his head just is eviscerated.
This is what we have to look forward to, guys.
Most of the time, beacon deaths are not particularly gruesome, and that was a lot. But yeah, he is gone.
Oh, look at this bitch and go, you're next.
Yes, I can see. I can look at this bitch all over my clothing.
And bingo was his name-o.
No, that's
I
you,
swear to
stupid.
fucking God, you're next.
I'm with Fiora. You're about to be next with all these little jokes you keep cracking.
Listen, it's what keeps us alive.
Who's
Makes
next?
me pissed off is what it does.
I think it's back to me.
Okay.
So Colossus is down. There's still the person shooting arrows out and about up high.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said there was like a big military style like box in the middle of
There
all
are a
this.
set of boxes in the center that were kind of stacked against each other to create a table-length structure.
So we're missing one loot box. Do I see that loot box anywhere around?
So, do you want to burn that loot box now?
What do we think, friends? I've
I mean, there was that-
got 1 light, 2 health.
Okay, so wait, are those 2 drop sets counting as both of the reinforcements?
That is
Okay.
the rest of your
Go
reinforcement.
You know
for it.
what?
Go
I am
for
okay.
it, my dude.
I am okay with it being a loot box if Cole's gonna get something from it before he dies.
Yeah. So I'm running over to the boxes, hoping that there's some kind of arms that they've left in here.
All right.
And
We're towards the end of the session, so I will give you the choice, much to the end of whatever rules are here to roll a random gun. Check out the gun page, grab a gun, add 2 tags to it.
any gun I want.
Any gun you want. I'm gonna say no rocket launchers.
Oh,
Damn it! I was gonna say grab a rocket launcher.
Touch a rocket launcher, I will kill you personally.
I'm not gonna pull that. So in his head, he really wants a hand cannon, but he knows that it's not the time or the place. So me as Kohlrabi is going to say that it's a sniper rifle, and
Bingo, I will say this again, also for expediency. Bingo would know that there is no realistic distance in this space, that a weapon that can only fire effectively at far would do any good.
so yeah, so that's why I'm picking a sniper rifle, right?
Well, so the sniper rifle's distance is far. What I'm saying is anything that is around you is closer than that distance, so it's not firing effectively.
Okay, so the person that's shooting the arrows is
At mid.
not... Okay, cool.
Right, so they're on the same floor as you are right now.
So you're wanting to look at the scout rifle if you're wanting something that close, unless you're planning on going to the drop shifts.
Yeah, I missed the yeah, anyways.
You're good.
I'm going fusion rifle with let's see, nimble and
Brave.
Erupt. Screw it.
Ooh.
Oh shit. All right.
Shit, yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right.
Let's see another beacon die, boys.
And I have to get close range with that, so I guess I'm running to that lady. Is that so much that I need to do 2 rolls, 1 for the movement, 1 for the firing, or what are we doing?
I'm gonna say if you want to attack with Volt, then yes, because this is a speedy endeavor.
Yep, I'm trying to be fast, quick, fast. All right, I still have 1 reroll, so we're gonna make sure this succeeds, no matter what.
I believe in you.
So I'm gonna save the reroll for the actual damage just in case. For the movement to grab the gun and get into range, I got a 5 as the highest.
Okay. So, you are dealing with another stalker, but they cannot. Let's see. Check here. That was for movement.
Yeah, that was the movement part.
The movement. Okay, so she's gonna see you running towards her, and she's going to burn a light to pull out some null blades. Go ahead.
Oh no.
All right, cool. All right, here's the damage as I pull up the new weapon, and you left this laying around. I have your ticket to ride right here, and I'm gonna.
How many game references are you gonna make?
All of them?
That is a 6 as the highest.
Damn. All right. So that is 3 harm.
Yep, 3
well,
harm.
4 harm because I let you use Volt.
Yep.
4 harm.
And then the erupt is if they are killed, they explode in the element used.
They are not killed. They are hurting something bad, but they are not killed.
Please.
Pretty
All right,
please.
that's it for me.
Okay. Sounds good. Rasp, just for your information, these are basically at an unloading phase. These things are close.
Okay. Can I want to try and at least take aim to knock one of them out of the air before they get a chance to unload their cargo.
I'm going to say, for the sake of your weapon specifically, a 6 will take down the ship. 4 or a 5 is going to do full damage still, but it's going to take out some things within the ship, but there will be survivors.
Okay. What element is that?
Look for the weak point, make it another.
Yeah, I'm taking a real careful shot.
I'll let that one be nether, because this is a This is a collaborative move right now, trying to keep
Okay.
everybody inside safe.
The highest is
Listen.
a 5.
Okay. So you take a shot, it impacts and collides, and as it goes down, you see a number of windswept bail out of it.
Okay.
The other one starts unloading. So,
Tights and
I'm tempted, but
what you doing?
I would throw a gravity bomb at it.
That's your
use
last
the other one?
light.
I would use my last light and see if I could gravity bomb it.
It's up to you.
Rasp will do it.
Okay. So, you toss a gravity bomb.
I feel cold.
Massive ball. Nether energy.
How does the air taste on the brink of true death?
Now I truly feel for the first time.
So, the only things that I've really been making people roll for as far as these powers have been the ones that create weapons. The gravity bomb and a couple other things I haven't had the need for any rolls. So that one is just a success to burn your light. Once again, you watch it impact and you hear just the inversion of a tinfoil ball being rapidly crumpled as this thing just rips through space-time and evaporates into a singularity point.
All right.
There are still 5 windswept on the ground.
Fuck.
Listen.
But
everything's fine.
You did well.
for context, each of those ships had 8 windswept in them.
You did well.
Damn.
So, you did well.
I fall back.
Okay. So, for your knowledge, just real quick, you are looking at 3 wisps and 2 rushes.
2 what?
So the wisps are your most basic of basic enemies, little blasters and whatnot. Your rushes are your shock troopers with shotguns.
Oh boy, I don't
They're,
want
they're
they're meant to
relatively
rush
close.
targets.
Yeah,
They are
they're
meant to
relatively
rush
close.
targets.
Alright. Roka, seeing that like he's covered in like some, I assume, blood and some viscera and probably some metal shavings.
Yeah, it's not great.
Maybe
Not
some
bad.
members.
Yeah.
Ugh, disgusting. However, this is not the time. He's gonna grab the LMG that the Colossus had.
Okay.
Is it loaded?
It is.
You just never
Sweet.
got to use it.
Sweet babies. He's gonna run out, hearing like some ships incoming. Like, fuck.
Okay.
And does he? If he, obviously that's outside. Would I be able to still fire off?
So, I'm going to say a couple of things. One, I need a volt roll to get out there quickly from your position.
We're gonna go with the dark die of 6.
Okay,
Take that harm.
take that harm, but you get cleanly out there. You've got a good shot on the wreckage and the 5 windswept that are moving forward. So this gun has a number of different tags. It is a mean bastard.
Talk to me, Goose.
So, 1, it is effective at any range. He could have posted up and far ranged this, so you are good to
Damn.
shoot. 2,
Ooh.
it is burst, so if you roll a 6, it does additional harm. And it's spray,
Oh.
so he could have just turreted all of y'all down.
We just hard locked him.
Yeah,
Oh.
We
you
did the
hard
best
locked
thing
him.
with this guy.
Oh,
We did the best thing
absolutely.
with this
Because
guy.
had he gotten any distance, he could have just minigunned the whole group of you down. But what that means for you is all 5 of these are in effective range of you. If you hit, you could potentially, at least in theory, take them all out in an attack.
And that's exactly Roka's plan. He's like, oh, Schleitzen.
Well,
Am I gonna assume that's gonna be Volt? Because like I have no time to prep.
First one's gonna be Volt. The second one, because what? Yeah, fuck it. I'll give it to you. I'll let that be Volt. I was gonna argue for Pyre on that, but Volt will work.
I mean, if you want to give me fire, that works. It's just like I just feel like, yeah, I have no time to hurry. Like I see them like, oh shit, I thought Rasp had
It's more
this and
reactive
they're just
than-
coming.
It
I'm
is-
just going to literally spray
Yeah, I
and
mean,
pray.
the speed of it is reactive. In my head, the Pyre would come in because what you were doing. Oh, go ahead. What is it?
So I am definitely taking the dark because both of my normal rolls were both ones, but the dark is a 6.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Take some damage as Rasp out there, battered and bruised and looking a little bit more dim than he could. Not intelligently. He's always covered in ink. But
He's still very intelligent.
Oh,
He's
yes.
just a little messy.
But you take this and you just unload the entire magazine worth of this gun just at the wreckage. And I don't know that you've personally ever used an LMG before, but this particular gun, you don't need to. You lay down a hail of bullets that just sends everything into the ground as they are rushing forward, Normandy style.
Oh, good job there. That oh, jeez, that was very thrilling.
I'm glad that you guys are good, but I'm still in here looking at this ugly thing.
Yep.
Can't hear
And-
you. I'm
got you.
hearing
Calm
a
down.
little bit of static from you.
God damn it.
Bingo, you're not nulled, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, cool. You will still take 4 harm, though, because the consequence of that is you were within range, she had her null blades out. As this dude picked up the gun and sprinted out of the room, she had just enough time with the consequence of his action to just stick you through.
Sorry, friend.
So I am dead. I have 1 light left, so I burn that last light to have 1 last true life, correct?
Okay.
And
Yep.
I'm at 0 light. That's
You
how
are
that
now at your
works.
true life, yep.
Go back to full health though.
Yes, full health.
All right. Woo!
Feather blades are gone, those dissipate after use.
What a glorious thing! It feels so wonderful to be truly alive.
Have you tried being better?
Hey,
Oof.
just because you picked up this big fancy gun doesn't make you any better.
I mean, I believe my kill count says otherwise.
I can't hear you. Sorry, you're breaking up, and you can very obviously hear that I'm making most of the sounds with my mouth.
Bingo, you have a +2 to your next check or save. What are you doing?
Did Fiora get to go after?
Oh yeah, Fiora, would you like
Roka
to do
and
anything?
Rasp?
I don't remember if she was affected by burn or not. I don't think she was.
You were, because the Colossus infernoed y'all.
Well, she, the stalker.
Oh, the Stalker was not, no. Not yet, at least.
Not yet. I'm not. No, I'm using the rifle. Just kind of grins after the light goes out with the Colossus in front of her and just turns the weapon on her.
Okay.
And I will use that dark die with a 6.
Okay. So, 4 damage popping out towards this as you right yourself and stand back up, Bingo. Right before you get to full height and have completely stood back up, a bullet whizzes right over the top of you and just brains her, except doesn't, and she hits the ground and then lights and is back up.
You know, I really hate that we're fighting people that are also just as impervious to death as we are. It's not really fun.
I'm just surprised.
Kind of feel bad for the enemies.
Yeah.
That, you know, we go against.
I don't feel bad for them. They tried to kill us.
This is fun. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so as
Laundry is not going to be fun, but
since I went down, does that mean my staff goes back to a knife? Because it says it's for the rest of the fight.
It's a good question. Based on definition, I'm going to say it's still there.
All right, cool. Because the weapon I got has charge, but I was so badass last time that we didn't think about it. How long does charge take? 1 turn? Is that what that is?
So here's my thought towards that. You could take a turn, but also based on action, you have movement and a shot. I'd allow a shot if you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, no, I'm just
not moving.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just sitting there like looking at her, and
Hey, how you doing?
Man, this boggles my mind.
God.
And your time is almost up, and I'm gonna shoot. And here we go.
Are you gonna tell him sorry?
There is one downside to that though, which is actually pretty interesting. Is I'm not being speedy or anything. So what kind of roll do you want?
No, that would be Pyre. That's a straight emotional response to all of this.
Okay, still have a reroll. We might actually have to use it. So when we're doing rerolls from channel points, are we rerolling both dice or 1 die?
We did it once and nobody asked, but they just rerolled 1 die, so I will stick with the ruling.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna just in case reroll the lower one. 2 5s, so 5.
Okay. Very nice. So you fire off this shot, which is 3 harm. Yes.
Yes, because I'm not using Volt.
Okay. Reactions. There is not much else left to do in this space. She's going to knife you, which is just a harm.
I cannot take home.
A good old knife to meet you.
True. You
So
dodge out of the
she
way of that.
tries to knife me, and I say,
Truth.
not today.
Reminder, Coles, we go into this, we both have a +2.
Ooh, okay. Yep, I will use that when I most need it. Thank you for the reminder.
Fiora, what you up to? I'm gonna briefly sideline Rasp and Roka for the sake of time, since you're outside and damages, or the threat is unavailable to you. Fiora, you have an option, or you can just let Bingo have at it. That's up to you, because there is no real initiative. So, if you would like him to one-on-one them, you may.
It's not a one-on-one at this point because we've all fought this girl, but
I'm calling for I got the bounty of using my powers the coolest. And I will fight the whole chat if they don't.
No, you know
agree.
what? I will actually give you that. I forgot that was one of them. The running up the wall to avoid the explosion was a good use of that. I think that warrants the
oh,
bounty.
I liked the
Alright.
AoE hammer, but
So let's
The AoE hammer was good too, but it's
Yeah,
a
this-
creative way.
take,
Well,
take it out,
superhero.
most
Fiora.
creative is valid. But let's see. I'm gonna moving forward by taking a shot at her.
Okay.
You want what you want for that Volt?
Yeah,
just
we'll give it Volt,
go
because
by.
you're gonna have to fire like laterally. You're not gonna be able to really advance on her. You're gonna have it close range, so
Yeah.
kind of moving around her to get a cleaner shot.
I will use the 5 light die.
Okay. So, as unassuming as a pulse rifle is, pulse rifles are also real reliable, and you round around the edge kind of doing a circle to get a clean perpendicular shot to Bingo to avoid hitting him. And as you're charging up your fusion rifle, a shot rings directly through her temples, and it is not something she can recover from. As blood
Fantastic.
just sprays across the lateral distance of the factory, and she just kind of slumps, hits her back, and slumps to the ground against the wall.
All right, so I'm gonna have an argument with Vulcan about keeping this rifle so that I can mark it.
Fair enough.
We got it, and I'm going to run immediately for the weapon. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just say try to get everything we need to, and we're running, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone else feeling like they want to stick around?
No. Not with all these windswept and corvids around. No, I think it's good if we take our leave.
Fair enough. So for the sake of expediency, that concludes a strike and concludes our session today. Y'all did spectacularly. We could go into kind of the wrap up and things, but I don't think there's a need to. Y'all did great. You beat the bad guys. We're back on that ship loading screen.
Boy, it was close though.
Oh,
it was very.
It was
Fiora, not that
stupid close. It was terrifying for a minute
Fiora,
there.
not that I'm jealous or nothing, but take it easy out there, Will. You're making me look bad.
Okay, so
We'll talk when you can catch up.
Ooh, that's good. I'll keep that in mind.
So now brings us to kind of the more relaxed. We can go ahead and lean back and not worry about quite as much. And we have some discussion to be had. I guess first of all, thank you all for playing. I had a blast. I have played this system sort of once before. I don't mean to play test them, and I won't from here forward. This was the only one that I kind of accidentally did because somebody in real life group was like, "Hey, do you want to play a system?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, I got this one. It was like $8. Let's go try it." Turned out to be great. It was a good time. But my first question is towards, I guess, Spencer, a little bit more formally before we just start chatting. But how did we do? How did you like the session? What did it feel like to be in the player's seat for all of that?
It's always fun to be in the player's seat because I'm one of those forever GMs, so I rarely get to do it. So just being like, for me, it's just a joy. Like any chance to sit in the player's seat is just awesome to me, and so I'd say you all did great. I had a ton of fun. I think we got into a good rhythm of it too. Once we kind of got a sense of who we were and what we were all about, we clearly clashed in the beginning, especially Bingo and I accidentally murdered each other. But I think we learned that we could use that. So I thought it was great.
It was very good. It's also interesting too that I think the way the rules are written, if you take them rules are written, they still give you a little bit of wiggle room to say, yeah, no, everybody's going to get hit from that, which I appreciate because coming from D&D is very explicit about the things you can do, which leaves you a lot of room for things that you can't do. Whereas this, it's very subjective, and I think specifically when I started reading the system, I had a hard time with understanding the elements as stats, because they're not, this is dexterity, and this is this, and this is this, but relating stats to emotions is something I've never seen before, or how you tackle a situation is something I've never seen before, which was very fun to play with.
Yeah, the different approach with the mental state is
Oh,
very interesting.
I absolutely loved it. Before we get too far, I can set up the first giveaway so that we can just let people chat, and then each time someone chats, it'll count them, and it'll have a timer. It'll just go off, and we'll give it like 10-15 minutes. So Spencer, what was the first thing that you wanted to give away?
A printed copy of Light, a printed zine. Happy to send that off to anybody.
They are beautiful, and I love them. and you absolutely want to have this on your shelf because it's fun to
Yes.
talk about, but it's so easy to just pick up and play on a Sunday when you're bored.
It looks
Are
very
players
tasty.
allowed to partake? Or
Yes, I'm actually quite curious. I need to know.
Yeah, all you have to do, I'm gonna set it off here in a second. All you'll have to do is be talking in the chat. If you just want to pop in and tell us your favorite color and just stick around, that counts. I will do it right now.
Use your best judgment. Don't spam the chat.
yeah.
Don't
You
be.
If you spam the chat, you're gonna
It
catch these
hasn't gone
hands.
off yet, guys.
You don't have to spam.
Also, because you have opportunity to be in the chat, and if you want to be involved in stuff instead of just throwing your favorite color, this is a good opportunity to ask questions too. So
Absolutely.
Yes.
Ask
definitely
questions,
ask
comment on the
questions.
session.
yeah,
So
Favorite parts, go.
Hey, there we go. Cool. So it went into chat there, so we're good
Perfect.
going.
you're rolling now.
I real quick, the main thing that I wanted to say is it's very obvious how easy the system is, which is really nice because we didn't have the full system when we went into it by accident. We didn't have the Vulcan PDF, but the second we had it, we all. Oh, I guess you have to put exclamation point raffle. Is that what that's
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
Sorry.
To
it's
be
fine.
in the
It's
raffle.
fine.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I misspoke. But once we had it, it was good to go. And then kind of the whole point of the top shelf is like we have never played this. We didn't do a session 0. We didn't work through the small little kinks just to see how it would be for a first time playing. And there I had almost like 0 questions. I asked a simple question about the dice and just if you should use a different colored dice or whatever to make sure you keep track of it because it made sense to me. And then just different little things here. So it's great in that regard. You can learn it super quick. And I think if you play it for more than just the 3 hours we played it, you can get into a really, really cool rhythm, especially if you're playing a long campaign, or playing with people that you play with all the time. So
This is really good for, which is strange because I see a lot of these little systems, or a lot of the ones that I've read, I don't see a lot of them all the time as long-standing campaign things. But
Yeah.
because Destiny is built the way that it is to be very immediately rewarded for stuff, and this is designed to mimic that in a really good way. The thing that we missed is being able to go back to the lighthouse and cash in those engrams and see what weapons you might have got, and see if anything's legendary, or get these little things and then level up your character and get an additional light point. Or there's lots of stuff that you can do with it that it's like, I want to go on, let's play just a short session, let's go complete a strike, very much in the same manner as Destiny is, and that's very cool.
It's really easy to do as like an episodic thing. It's like, hey, we've all got time. Let's run a strike mission.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And like you can almost run it like because I love Destiny and I like the lore of Destiny. I love like this is basically that, and it's great to play on the tabletops, and like you can adjust it as you see fit. Like, oh well, now that everybody is like, we've done a few strike missions, you like gotten like more health or more light or better weapons, like you can increase difficulty and all that.
I'd love to figure out raids. Do you have you built anything for, or have you considered like the concept of like raid bosses?
So I haven't personally yet. One person in the Light Jam did put together like a raid framework. It's not like a fully fleshed out thing with mapped out mechanics for raid bosses, but it was for the Vault of Glass. If you played Destiny,
Okay.
Yes.
So that framework is out there in the Light Jam, and a raid is something that I'm planning on doing in the season pass stuff that I'm doing with Light. So it is something that's coming. I just don't have it out yet.
No, that was great. I actually want to bring that up as well.
the season pass is
this is
such a cool idea.
Yes, this is the first time I've ever heard of it, and I'm super happy it exists. And if 5e had ever done it, I would have saved me a gobsmack ton of money, and I still would have bought it, because the idea is very, nice, especially for people who don't want to write their own stuff but don't have the ability to just go buy books every time they're released. Now, mind you, your book is not particularly expensive, but the concept is still the same. Like, you're providing continual support for a paper system, which is not something, it sounds weird because it's mimicking a game, which is cool, or a video game.
Yeah, the season pass was something that I really wanted to try because it was based off of Destiny and it just sort of made sense.
Mm-hmm.
When I first made Light, it was truly just like the 4 half pages, like you could print it all on one piece of paper and that was it. And then I made Vulcan, and then I made Lighthouse, and then I made Nemesis. And so I was like, wait a minute, if I could just keep adding on, this kind of sounds like how Destiny does its own thing already.
Yeah.
So
And
that was sort of the inspiration for the season pass thing.
for context to the listeners too, the book itself is all 4 of those PDFs. So it is Light and what are all 4 of them? It's Vulcan,
Lighthouse, and Nemesis.
Vulcan, Lighthouse, and Nemesis. Vulcan, Lighthouse, Light, and Nemesis.
Yeah.
Are all in the physical copy, so you get the full scope of the game, which is why I didn't realize I hadn't gotten it to these guys, because I have the physical, so I was just leafing through all of it.
I will.
Go ahead. No, please.
I will say, like, I think this is probably my second D6 system. Like, this was really nice. I don't have to like roll a poop ton of dice. It's like improv, and I like, the experience is different for me, and this was really nice. It just like, it's a go with the flow. The DM makes the call, like yes, no, yes with yes consequence, no consequence. This is very liberating to what I'm used to.
Yeah, one thing I think I noticed, and it's because the rules are written so light, is that it's up to the GM to figure out when rolls are happening. It's up to them to decide when, what degree consequences are. And, like a lot of the abilities that we were talking about, like it doesn't mention a range on them. So like, what is it? And that's pretty universal to my design in general. And like, if you look at any of my games, I leave huge gaps in them. And in the ones that I have more writing in, I usually then address the reader and say, hey, you might notice that there's a lot missing here. Here's what you can do. But this one was so rules light that I'm glad that we all just kind of, we saw that and we went with it. We told the story together.
Yeah, because I mean, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have something that I don't want to forget.
Yeah, please.
While we're talking about it, you are wanting to get Light kind of represented by like the actual Destiny showcase.
That'd be awesome.
So here's where I admit, and I already admitted this in the DM, I don't like Destiny in the game, but this is super awesome. So I don't know too much about Destiny. I played the first one, it just didn't vibe with me very much. I tried to play it alone, is honestly probably the reason.
Yeah,
so what is the Destiny Spotlight, and how can we help you make it happen?
Well, I don't know, just because so every week Destiny or Bungie puts out this newsletter of updates for the game, and at the end they highlight creatives in the community, and it's usually artists who do fantastic fan art. And so like there's a hashtag that you use. So Light isn't art the same way. It's not like a beautiful illustration or anything. So it's I don't know if it would even qualify technically for what they showcase. But I would just love for somebody at Bungie to see it, and I'd love to know what they think, because I hope that they wouldn't look at this and go, well, this is problematic, we need to stop this. I hope that they would look at this and say, hey, that's pretty cool, because there is the D&D 5e book that another group is making, so I don't think that they would see this as a threat. But
no, I mean, Bungie's usually pretty cool about like their community really expanding. I mean, like one of their first years of Destiny, they did a huge like 1 hour mash of like people taking their music and doing it themselves, people showing off their cosplay armor and showing off like everything. It's like Bungie is really cool with their community, so I'm really hoping that they're like do something with you, because this was super duper fun, and I hope it goes more with them and that they're open with it.
I appreciate that. I hope so too. I hope that if I just keep shouting about it, it will inevitably get in front of one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 minutes left on the timer for the giveaway. But JK, what were you gonna say when I rudely interrupted
Oh
you
no,
so I
it's
didn't
not. It's not
forget?
rude. It's my show. I talk all the time, so like, please take it over. But what I was going to say is, it kind of going back to the fact that the rules are so malleable. It doesn't. To me, it's interesting because it doesn't feel like things were omitted that needed or that needed to be there. Like everything that had to be there to play it just as is could be interpreted entirely from the book. So it's just as all-encompassing as I guess it isn't as well. The fact that we could, so for example, the thing that you didn't do through the whole game, which was the addition for the House of the house
The Mordum,
Mortem, yeah, with the ability to share your dark dice. Being able to
Listen, I
give.
was gonna take it if you came back, Rasp.
Yeah. Well, and like even if it ended up in a place where like you had your own dark dice and you could roll, you get to roll an additional for that. Or if it's really easy to add little implementations of stuff on the fly. I felt as a DM it didn't feel cumbersome to try to have to navigate all the ridiculousness that like bingo threw out. Like you can end up in really sticky situations in something like 5e where you're like, well, I don't know how to tackle this. We'll try this, and you end up with even if it's easily handleable, there's a little bit of stress kind of involved in that, and I didn't really deal with that throughout this. As soon as I got the hang of it and got into playing, one of the things, or I guess the only thing that is really notable to me here too is, well, I mean the game's nice. There's a lot of things that are notable, but the thing that was interesting is, before I played this session, I was very specifically, I had beef with movement. Because I don't think movement is even actively talked about at all in Light. It's not even arbitrated down to a little bit. It's just left. But you talk about sprinting being of a thing that can be done, because some of the Colossus are like their punch is 1 if you're doing this and 2 if sprinting, but there's no place in it that explains sprinting. And that was really weird and almost frustrated me because it felt like an oversight until you start playing. And as a DM, by the time I got to like the end of this session, I wasn't even thinking about it. We were just doing stuff. And the ability for a game to be clean enough that I don't have to think about something as a DM is really freeing because it lets me have fun with the players. I get into the game more, which is nice, because at the end of the day, you're a player too. So I appreciated that, especially coming from a spot where I was initially frustrated with the book. 'Cause I'm like, I don't know how to run it. I don't know how people are moving. How does this work tactically? There doesn't make
I
sense.
actually think that was very interesting taking off of that, because if you're looking at it mechanically, even with the different elements, that actually represents different game styles as well. Like you've got the people who do rush in, you've got shot callers, you've got people who look at the situation and pick out every little thing. So you moving through a game and assessing it differently, so your mentality changes, reflects really well in the system as well.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked how you handled movement, JK. I think that made a ton of sense. And I think like Volt kind of is just there so perfectly to be like, if you're trying to run and do crazy stuff, you're probably using some form of Volt. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it flowed really nice at the end. There is a good question in the chat here. It says, was there anything that the players did or have done that you didn't think someone would do, or is there anything that caught you off guard about playing or seeing us play?
Thank you, Purple Phil, for that question.
That's a good one.
That is a good question. Anything I didn't expect? I mean, there was a lot of, I think what I realized, and I think what we all realized in play, is like we played hot and fast really in the beginning, and then we realized that we're these invincible guardians, and then we realized like, oh well, we could eventually die. And seeing how each of us maybe thought about that a little bit differently, I think everybody then kind of accepted that as reality, and then decided to like play differently based off of that, either leaning
Wait a
into
minute.
it. So I think not necessarily unexpected, but I think that's just maybe something that's cool that emerges, that you can't predict how folks will suddenly, when that switch goes off and they realize that like you're not really immortal. I think that leads to some interesting stuff.
Especially when y'all are having to balance light between, hey, am I going to have to pick myself back up? Am I using this as
And your
health?
powers.
Or am I using powers? I guess because I have yet to play it as a player. I played it a little bit as a player, which is kind of why I made the decision to throw beacons in there as your enemies. Because I think that's an interesting, it's fun to toy with light in a reaction sense as an enemy. But what were your guys' experiences with that? How do you, like, I love that concept of that balancing act.
Yeah, I'm gonna go first real quick because I also have to say I'm gonna pick the winner.
Yeah, go for it.
After I'm done talking. Me personally, it was really cool because having not played the system and not knowing what I would want to do or not knowing the story, I was just like throwing powers out, and then as it started to tick down, I was like, oh wait, I'm getting a full grasp of this system, and I used like 2 light of the very first just intro fight that wasn't even the end, and I was like, I need to slow down. That's what I thought as a player, but then for the character I was playing, I was like, nah, this makes sense. He's balls to the wall no matter what, even if it's going to be the death of him. So I really liked it that way, and I'm gonna click the button real quick.
Yeah, get after it.
All right. Hey, Tony.
Hey.
Tony!
Got it! Yes!
Very nice.
All right.
Hell yeah!
Tony,
Awesome.
For all of the
You're-
arrows you got in the back
if
and the
you're-
side and
only
the chest.
I lost a kidney and my sternum's a little fucky, but
yeah.
all good.
And we start number 2.
Yes, before we pass it on to you other 2 players on your
Mhm.
part of that, I'm gonna finish this giveaway. What was the second one? It's was it the code for light you said? Or
It was
the season pass?
a code
or-
for light in the season pass.
Okay. All right. I will set that up and get it going. Everyone in chat, it'll tell you to do ! raffle when it's live. Tony, you're in the DM with Spencer. I'm sure you guys can work that out there.
I'm not going to be greedy. I will X-nay myself out of this one.
No, you have to take it. You put yourself in the raffle. I completed it. You get it.
Oh no, I'm talking
No,
about
the
this
new
next
one. He
This
doesn't
next
need it.
one.
Yeah.
Next one.
Okay,
I'm not going to be
yes.
greedy and be like, haha, sucks to
That is
everybody else.
that is very good. All right. I'm gonna set this other one up and put myself on mute for a second.
Very nice. Yeah, so as soon as you get set up with
Whoever wins
the...
gets a time slot.
I'll hop into that. I could use a third space.
Luca, good suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap as soon as,
Or
or
laugh.
pretty closely after this last raffle finishes. So if you guys have any final questions, feel free to throw them down.
JK, do you have
yes.
your Discord up?
Let me see.
All of the questions I've copied into.
Yeah, there's
the DM.
actually 3
Yeah.
good questions
Oh, good.
in there
Very nice.
for you.
Oh yes, that's a great. All right, so, I'm gonna ask this one first because I am curious. But how long did it take to develop Light? And I'll ask that from 2 different places because I'm personally curious. How long did it take to create all of the stuff in Light, and how long did it take it to go from probably a Word document to like something that is publishable?
If you're just talking about the core rules themselves, when I first released it and I didn't make any other modules, it was about 48 hours. 48 hours. I typically, I've over this last year, I've just designed right into Affinity Publisher now. I used to do Google Doc and then bring it over, and it was just too much of a pain. So Light was one of those weird fever dream Games that I just make really fast. That and Corvid Court are the two games that I had an idea in my head and I had to put it onto the page. That's not typical for me for that to happen, but Light was just one of those things that once I got started, it was really hard to stop. And then I think it was a couple weeks then as I created the other modules that would go with it. I think within like 2 weeks, I had the other modules put up on itch, and it was kind of in its first official form. So
Okay.
like 2 days for core rules, 2 weeks for the first like core version of it, I guess, something like that.
You mentioned Corvid, and before we wrap up for the night, we have to talk about you and birds, but we'll save that for the
Yes,
the very
I
end.
do want to know
Okay.
about that. I had to ask Grant about the bees. I got to ask you about the birds, because
Oh, geez.
so the next one, and I'm gonna ask it to I understand them, but I will let you answer the question. But we didn't get to the bounties. I wanted to. The actual original idea for this was I wanted you to get there relatively quickly and then get back because they had disappeared or had left and you needed to reconnect and then go basically strike a second time and have them both be a little shorter, but after the time span of the first one I just kind of rolled them in. So we didn't get to touch any of the bounties, which is why I wanted that reconvergence at the lighthouse. How are they meant to function, and what do they kind of mean to the game for you?
So the bounties are little extra perks that the beacons can go out and do, and there are factions in the game. They're in the lighthouse supplement for the game that if you complete these bounties, you fill in a little clock, a little 4-segment clock, and if you fill that in, you get this cool permanent boon from that faction. So it could be something that's like an ongoing thing, like a an emergency evac every time you have a mission. So that would have been nice if, like, in the last one, we could have had somebody fly in and carry our asses out of there, or, a new gun, or everybody gets some cool upgrade. So the bounties are things that are extra little goals, sub goals that the beacons can go try and do in the strikes themselves. And they are flavored. The ones I gave, I just wanted to come up with fun ones, but the bounties themselves in the game are flavored to fit the desires of the factions. So like the rogue faction wants you to go do shady shit out in the field, while the wardens want you to go actually protect people and stuff like that.
No, I think they were fun. I actually really liked the ones that you had written too, because
Yeah.
they were open enough, especially with the craters and things. I think it's funny that you landed the craters, because these guys have such a propensity to do dumb shit. So
Yeah, especially with
That
two
was
rocket
great.
launchers. Like, oh, you just need to make a crater. Huh,
Right.
you don't
How will we
say.
do
So
this?
I'm gonna follow up with that on. Did you make these based off of what we had picked as players, or
No.
were they just thoughts you had in the back of your head?
They were just thoughts that I had in the back of my head, things that I thought would be interesting to see, especially in a one shot. Like, it's gonna be bombastic. You're gonna have the opportunity for the epic fights. So I wanted it to sort of just be based off of what I thought would work in a one shot strike.
Okay.
no, it was good. I think they were super appropriate, given like an extra hour worth of time. I do want to keep these pretty concise, so I think it was perfect where we left off. But if we had like an extra hour, I think we could have covered all of those bits and got you back and decoded some more engrams. I love, because I had developed one for basically a Borderlands 5e sculpt that I did for a couple sessions. I developed it like an RNG gun creator for 5th edition. I love random weapons. There's something about random loot drops and just, all right, now we got to deal with this as a DM or even as a player, is so much fun. So that's honestly probably one of my favorite parts of the thing, because I want to go out and I want to pick stuff up so that I can roll the dice and figure out what it is, as opposed to just the GM telling me that you got a fancy new sniper rifle. It's like, we don't know.
Yeah, it's neat. There's another game out there called Shoot and Loot that really captured it well. It is a Borderlands clone. It's their version of Borderlands with the serial numbers filed off. It's a
Is it
Powered
a
by the
tabletop?
Apocalypse game.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah, so if you
Powered
like,
by the Apocalypse Borderlands game?
Yeah, shoot and loot. And they have a
Shoot and
really clever system for creating cover. You're like moving and drawing it on a sheet of paper.
He's immediately writing it down.
I can hear Mads typing in Google right now.
He's like,
I
hold
was
up,
writing with a
distant
pen,
keyboard
so no, you were
sounds.
not.
It's the
aggressive typing.
They did a fantastic job with the game. It's the as a shooter in role-playing games, I think they do a great job. And then they have just fantastic rolling tables to roll on for random stuff because it's Borderlands, so you're gonna get really weird, silly shit. It's great.
So first, does anybody else have any questions? Because I always have a million questions when it comes to games.
I think there's one more in your
There is, yes.
DMs,
That's a good point. Let's get to that one first.
and then we have to talk about birds at the end.
We do have to talk about birds. We can go a couple minutes over, but what is your favorite thing you've heard of or seen players do with your system?
So I did Light Jam, and I was amazed by the stuff that people made for that. And I think the personal favorite of mine, I want to make sure I get the name of it right. So it's I think it's called Light Threshold. Yes, Threshold by Josh Hiddy. And it's he brought in he created a new class that is dark and light at the same time. So it's truly a rogue beacon. And so he created a very cool class. I know Josh loves the Drifter in Destiny as much as I do, so he made a supplement entirely themed around like the Drifter and dirtbag beacons. And it's I think it's probably hands down my favorite thing that somebody's made for it. I was going to play his class and I was like, I'll keep it in the core thing just so that I don't bring in too many outside elements.
God,
But
that sounds great.
That's very
I love
cool.
the
Really-
Drifter too.
yeah, so I mean Josh makes great stuff, and that one in particular is probably my favorite.
Well, hey Spencer, what is your favorite color?
It's probably like a dark forest green is my favorite color.
Fair enough. Good color. I'm a purple guy.
Green of the
myself.
trees for your birds to roost in.
We have 6 minutes 30 seconds left on the
Timer.
countdown raffle timer. The reason I keep bringing up birds is because Sir Heck is like our resident bird person who is all about birds. You also made Corvid Court,
COVID
right?
court.
Yeah, that was
Corvid Court
Do they wear suits though? It's a very important question.
in Corvid Court. I'll tell you this: if you read the book, it never explicitly tells you if you're human or bird. So you actually don't know if you're birds doing crimes, or if you're humans who like are really into
Bird-themed
birds.
stuff, yeah.
Bird themed humans. So I leave it up to you to decide if you're wearing a suit in that sort of situation. But Corvid Court is that was my other favorite dream game, and I'm obsessed with it. I love it.
The art for Corvid Court's really cool.
Yeah, Maria knocked it out of the park with her sort of collage style layout. She did. I told her to just. She asked me like, "Do you want me to do kind of a more traditional thing or something more artsy and strange?" I was like, "Let's go with the artsy and strange." And I think she did she really nailed it there.
I have a follow-up question. Where can I find this? Because I am quite the procurer of very fancy artwork.
So right now I'm actually sold out of the printed copies of it. So it's only the PDF that's up. I'm hoping to do another print run of it very soon, as well as because I'm planning on doing a bigger Corvid Court sort of collaborative project. So I want to have prints of the original game to go alongside that. So prints hopefully soon. The PDF's up on my itch page though.
Oh, sold out there
Excellent.
too. Is it sold out
This is
everywhere?
most good.
Ooh, Floating Chair might have.
Because I know Exalted Funeral's out. I wonder if did you ever give it to
Spear Witch?
Spear Witch? Yeah.
I believe so. Spear Witch might have it.
Checking
And
them all. I have all of these places bookmarked.
Nah,
It's
We
so-
are investigating thoroughly.
Well,
Hold your
well-
horses.
While you're investigating, next question is, what is your favorite bird, Spencer?
My favorite bird is probably. That's a good question. I think I love the kingfisher. Kingfisher it's a beautiful bird.
Those are fun little guys.
They're fun little guys. They are spectacular. You know, you get those like really awesome shots of them diving down like just before they hit the water.
They're so cool.
Probably kingfisher. I always wanted to make a kingfisher class for Corvid Court, and I never did. So that'd be a fun thing to do.
There we go. Did you have it? I need an albatross class.
Yeah, like eventually you could just go crazy with it, right? You could just make you could make every bird in the game, which would be very fun to do.
For anybody who's interested, Spear Witch, spelled like the weapon and then the lady who wields it. Spearwitch.com has Corvid Court copies that are still available.
Ooh, Jared still has some copies. Okay, that's good. Jared's good people, so yeah.
Don't worry, you
support
can only
Spearwitch.
hear me
That's
just
it.
distantly
Okay, you can't say
typing
that
right
without
now,
me
and
asking a follow-up.
You hear
you
my
know the
wallet
guy who
crying.
owns the. What? Sorry.
You just hear my wallet crying right now. Hold up.
It's $12. Go buy the game.
Listen, I am poor as shit.
Okay.
However,
Talk to me after the show. I'll buy you the game. Like.
Listen, you made close to $12 just during this session. Just remember
Hey, there you
that.
go. Just
fine.
round it back out. No, so this is for me because I'm going to continue to devolve into TTRPG madness. Do you know you know the guy at Spearwitch? Is it just one person? Like, are these independent shops?
Yeah, so Jared, as far as I know, Jared Sinclair runs Spearwitch on his own, and Floating Chair is also a solo gig, and shit, what was that other one that
Exalted
just popped
Funeral?
up? Well, Exalted Funeral is they're the biggest ones, and they're at least a team. There's a new one. I gotta look up. It's Nicholas. What's Nicholas's name? Out of Canada. So he's the new Canadian distributor because it costs a crazy amount of money to ship things across the border. I can get that real quick. Monkey's Paw Games. If you go there, Monkey's Paw Games. He's also distributing now for you Canadian folks.
Cool. No, I have that's good to know. I would love to get in contact with. I feel like Spearwitch is probably the best to do so, and maybe do an interview with, I guess, the distribution and kind of how these set up, and the process over things that he's seen in the industry, because I think that's fascinating to be a solo just kind of distributor of various tabletops. I just recently discovered Spearwitch. I've been doing a lot of Exalted Funeral prior to this. Bought a ton of stuff from them.
Jared just makes awesome, very, very cool things. So I'm glad that he's in the distribution space too now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very cool. Well, what are we at, Cole?
Good point. We have 1 minute left. This is JK's show, but the first session there was a little talk of things people might have thought was confusing or things that they didn't grasp as well, and I've been kind of struggling because any good feedback has, like, I don't want to say negative, but it has like things like, this is what I thought. But honestly, for me, the system was just so easy to pick up, and the questions I had were answered so quickly and made so much sense that I honestly can't think of a downside. Like, I love a system like this. It's so easy to just come in. D6 is so great. Like, the weapon system, everything was super awesome.
Yeah, well,
so
because I 100% second that, because having been part of the first session, like, I'm not shy about speaking out about bits that I think are hard to understand, because a lot of this show is like, we want to show these games to people who have never played them. We want to be able to branch that out, and part of that means they don't have the developer answering questions for them. They have to be able to read and interpret and make the game off of this, and we did so sans help, and just went and it all flowed so smooth.
I don't think people know that I literally created my character. That took about 10 minutes. I reread the PDFs for literally 5 minutes today, and then played, and that was it.
Meg, you want to out yourself?
The typical. This is the typical Cole move.
Listen,
I knew how I was distributing them. I just needed to know what the rule was.
So busy. I did make one single mistake when I died so late in the game that I only rolled once after death, and I forgot to roll my my dark die. Yeah. But other than that, the giveaway is over. I'm gonna pick the winner, but then you guys can keep going.
I'll say it's probably Sarah.
Well, I'm glad to hear
Hyacinth.
Hey, Hyacinth.
Hey,
Very nice.
HP, you stop that.
So that is a PDF for the core game as well as the season pass, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice.
Nice.
Through itch. So that's how I distribute my keys. If you don't have an itch account, we can figure out it. I can send you the PDFs directly. So whatever works best for folks.
I'll make them get an itch for you.
No, and
you should,
for anybody,
They will
Jump
learn
on
about
it.
peaceful ways by.
for anybody who doesn't know what itch is, itch.io is the greatest like tiny indie developer platform that I've seen so far. They were, if you were around browsing game bundles during the height of last May's Black Lives Matter protests, like the really intense stuff, they did a crazy like donation giveaway. I have like several hundred games from that one bundle sitting on my computer that I still have yet to sort through, a number of which were tabletop games. Like
you
they
have
do
Corvid
bundles.
Court then.
Do I have Corvid Court and I didn't even know?
If you have the Black Lives Matter
I
bundle,
do,
you have
yeah.
Corvid Court.
Very cool.
Damn.
Wow. That's exciting. No, I have like 200 something games. I can't remember what their cap was, but it was insane.
I'm pretty sure I bought that too, and I've honestly never cracked it open,
That means you also
but
own
I
Mouse
totally
Ritter.
should.
Mouse Ritter's great. Good tiny RPG.
That is wild.
But yeah, the site's great. It's really designed for small creators and to let you guys, kind of do what you need with your products and get them out there and, work with that and make profit off of it. They have their troubles, as I've been hearing on Twitter. But yeah, you guys should make an account if you're enjoying tiny RPGs and things and go peruse because there's lots of stuff there.
Yeah, you're gonna find awesome stuff. You're gonna find cool communities. Once you find one author you like, you're gonna go look at their catalog, and you're gonna find a million other things. It's really neat. I've met a lot of great people in the community because of itch and people who contribute to it.
Well, cool. Very nice. Well, I think we're basically at time. It's been a pleasure having you on. Honestly, it's been a pleasure for all of you playing. Thank you so much. We'll do outros and stuff in just a moment, but if you ever feel like swinging back in when you get the frame game done, I'm down for that. And then I'm 100% certain that people are going to want to play Corvid Court now. So if you want to tag along for that, you're always welcome.
Oh, there's so many people talking about it right now. It's
it's nonstop. So yeah.
You're dragging me in for frame, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
Welcome.
So top secret stuff. We made a coven, and I think the coven has already claimed.
The coven has laid claim to Corvid Court.
I think they already bugged JK about it. So
yeah. That's fair. I know who else.
Listen,
we'll go from there.
We're kicking off with Honey Heist. You got to continue the trend with animals doing crime.
Let's
love
do
animal crime.
Animal crime. Well, let's go ahead and hit up some outros. You want to start us off, Tony?
Sure. I have been Tony Stephens, and it's okay if you don't do the Stephens, if you can't do the Flinders Stefurf. Just Tony's fine. You can find me on Twitter at whatisdnd. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I brought my dice bag and it matches my suit. I'm so proud. You can find me this Tuesday again here on TPK Roleplay at 9 Eastern, doing my Tomb of Annihilation campaign Beyond the Undergrowth. It's going to be real interesting. I have a thing that I have to do. It's a surprise. I hope everybody can come. This has been a ton of fun. Now that I got the neat little raffle giveaway. I will make sure that my friends get to play it by force if necessary. But this has been a hell of a time. This was really fun. I hope to get to possibly do it again.
For sure.
Awesome. I am Kohlrabi. I played Bingo, the troublemaker that just runs around like lightning all the time. I am not in any special episodes for a while, but you can catch me in Beyond the Undergrowth and Dark Echoes. Oh, and I guess I GM this thing called Sherlock Investigations, and there's an episode on February 1st. I am going to assist Spencer and post his website here in the chat because I can post links, and I don't want anyone to get yeeted by the bot. But everyone go check out his website and all of that goodness. But that's it from me.
Okay, Fiora, Meg.
Okay. I am Meg Mysteria. I played our not really that hot-headed but more bloodthirsty Fiora. Did it lag out?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, we're
Okay,
still
good.
here.
Twitch is lagging completely for me, so I didn't have my Zoom call open. But you guys can catch me at Meg Mysteria on Twitter, here on the Discord, and on Twitch. You will also catch me back again on Monday DMing for our Destroyer of Worlds game. So we've got that going, and then the week after we'll be doing Singularity again.
Super cool. Yeah, plug anything you like. Talk about your new projects, upcoming projects, stuff that's just released, whatever you want. Where
Sure.
people find you.
First, I want to say thank you so much for having me. This was so much fun. I really appreciate you all.
Hold up. I have to interrupt you because
okay.
you told me something that blew my mind. You said this was the first actual play of Light.
Yeah, that is
That's
correct.
dang.
Why more people
It's the
need to be.
first actual play.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we are the first people who have ever
Yeah.
streamed or
So
Light.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
We were the test subjects, guys.
So we're gonna revert back to like 2010. We're like first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. This will be on YouTube, by the way, Spencer.
Okay.
So hopefully we can get some more people playing it, because I learned from watching, and when you told me that, I was just like, psh, and the system is so great. So, all right, I'll go back on mute, and you can finish your outro.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, that's why I was so excited. This is going to be the first time, and you all were just such wonderful folks to play with. I had just a fantastic time, so thank you so much. It was fun watching chat. It's a great community, great show. Thank you for that. If you want to follow me on stuff online, you can find me at Gila RPGs for Twitter. GilaRPGs.com is my website. That's the best place to get my printed stuff. So if you like my books or my zines in print, that's where you go. You can find me at gilarpgs.itch.io. That's my itch page, and that's where you get all my PDFs and digital stuff. That's also where you can find the season pass for Light, which is the sort of the new ongoing way that I'm supporting the game. And then let's see here. Oh, I have a YouTube channel that I occasionally make videos on. There's a lot of design commentary where I talk about why I designed the games that I did. I'm also a psychologist by trade, so I do videos where I talk about psychology and tabletop role-playing games. So I talk about either an area of psychology and connect it to games, or I pick a game and I talk about some part of psychology that's inside of it. So that's something that I enjoy doing. And then I guess, yeah, in terms of future projects, I'm working on a big book of maps for Slayers, my monster hunting game that will be written by a bunch of other people rather than me. Similarly, I'd like to do something with Corvid Court that's like that. And then Frame is probably the next thing that I'm going to be working on. Or I have been working on a lot, and probably maybe the next thing I'll be here playing with you all is my Warframe game, where I've filed off the serial numbers. And it shares a lot of the design DNA with Light. So if you enjoyed Light and how it worked, then Frame will be very much for you. And so that's me in a nutshell.
Well, good. Yeah, no, I would at least love to have you back. I like running games for cool folks, and you definitely count. But you also, Dust just came out recently, which is a Slayers supplement for Westerny stuff, which is my whole shit. So the fact that I have Slayers and Dust right now makes me very happy. Also, if you like heists and things, you're missing Score. Go pick up Score. That one's also real good. I'm not like obsessive.
I
just
have my whole
collect a lot of. Yeah, I do.
Sure.
I'm not
Are we
obsessive.
sure?
I just collect a lot of stuff. My top shelf, why this game is called what it is filled. Like if it falls, they will explode out of the shelf because of the pressure I have on the amount of books I have in there.
Do I need to make a call to TLC and Hoarders?
Nope, because I have other shelves. I just dump it all on the top of them because otherwise the show doesn't make any sense anymore. But I've been your host, Mads, JK Madigan on Twitch and Discord, at Carlman Turner until further notice when I finally change my handles so they're all uniform on Instagram and Twitter. Follow me there, hang out so you can see new information, and check us out in 2 weeks on Saturday, I believe it's February 6th, when we play for episode 3, a game that I am honestly wholly terrified to run because it is bafflingly abstract, but we are playing Necronautilus by Adam Vass, and I'm so excited. I don't think we're going to have Adam on, but there will be another interview with him post as bonus content to YouTube, so keep an eye out for that. But yeah, I'm horrified to play this game, so it's going to be a hell of a time when it...
Is that a foil cover?
Yeah, so I bought the
gosh.
limited cover. If I have the option, I will always buy the limited covers for things, so yes.
Same. Big same.
I got to play test some of the Necronautilus stuff when Adam was developing it. It's such a good game.
It's so cool. Like, it is
good.
written incredibly well. I'm not... The rules and things don't scare me. But I guess conceptually designing this one as a DM is going to be a trip over the next 2 weeks. So, yeah, stay tuned, guys. If you needed a teaser for our next adventure, and then you can also find me February 1st playing in Cole's game actually.
Shoot, he's going to get revenge on me.
Oh yeah, I am. You bet it. You got a level 6, group of level 6s, and you gave me a 20 in con. I'm gonna run amok, my buddy.
What?
Cole, you done goofed yourself.
You done goofed, son. And,
that's fine. He hasn't watched the other episodes. He doesn't know the torture he's in for.
You forget the asterisk that's there. It's called yet.
Yeah. You also forget that I run a lot of horror games for TPK. I put people through all manner of torture. You won't.
It's true.
You can't harm me.
It's
but
true.
we're rambling at this point. You guys all take care.